All right, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Alright, everyone, welcome back to another stream. Hey, look at that perfect timing, man. Shiny Philistine, thank you for the super chat, my friend. You are huge! That means you got a huge bank account. Have some cash. I definitely don't have a huge bank account, but I appreciate the gesture, Shiny Philistine. That's probably a quote from somewhere. I don't know what that quote is, though. But thank you, sir. And thanks, everyone that's tuned in so far. Sorry for not streaming last week. I was on vacation from work, and I decided I'd take a break from streaming on YouTube as well. I actually was going to stream one of the nights, but then I just wasn't feeling well. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to stick to my original plan and just not stream on YouTube. Still posted the Let's Play, but, you know, no live streams last week. So I apologize for that, but we're back on the weekly schedule, and I'll probably be streaming Saturdays as well. But yeah, we're going to be playing through some Doom tonight. I had something else planned and lined up, but that was going to take a little more work to get set up, and this week's been a little stressful at work, and I haven't been sleeping very well since I got back to work from vacation. So I figured we'd take it somewhat easy tonight. Somewhat easy because this is going to be still a relatively long stream and a long playthrough. You know, I played through Saturn Doom a couple months ago on YouTube, and I actually split that up into 2 separate streams. But for this one, PlayStation Doom, I decided I was just going to go ahead and try to do the whole thing in one sitting. So that means we're going to play through Doom and Doom 2, both of which are included on PlayStation Doom. So yeah, that is the game plan right now. Now, unfortunately, it looks like we're dropping a lot of frames constantly. Hopefully that levels out. But we'll see. Crossing my fingers on that one. I am doing a local recording, so it's possible I might just be able to upload that afterwards. Also, I'm going to go ahead and leave the music on in this playthrough, which means we're going to get a lot of copyright claims on this stream. I've done multiple long plays of PS1 and Saturn Doom in the past, got copyright claims on all of them for the Aubrey Hodges music, which is really aggravating, but I know you guys want to hear the soundtrack to this, so I'm going to go ahead and just, you know, sort of eat the bullet on this one, if you know what I mean. So, but yeah. Whew. So yeah, let's go ahead and scroll through that chat, see who's here so far. Yeah, so Red Dwarf actually gave us a Doom guy early on, before the stream even started. Boo Radley, Garflevle, Delta, Gaming and Technology. What's going on? Raymond Penland. Hey, Dark Mew. And Shining Philistine, of course. Jonathan Bays, welcome back. Liberal Arts Guy. And Benesis. But yeah, before we go ahead and jump into the game itself, as usual, I'd like to give a big shout out to my current Patreon backers. So thank you guys for your continued patronage. We lost one today, but we also regained one. Timu Asakainen, thank you and welcome back, man. I know he's been talking to me about that for a long time, about rejoining, so he finally did. So thank you, Timu, for joining us again. And likewise, thanks to everyone that has been supporting the channel through Super Chat and through the monthly channel memberships. If you're interested in learning more about the channel memberships, there's just that big join button underneath my stream whenever I stream. That's a function that's actually rolled out to many YouTube channels. They're basically targeting larger YouTube channels, but gaming channels were sort of in like the beta for it months ago. So that's kind of how I got in with that. But for me, because I'm a smaller channel, it's only good where you can only join during a live stream. Unfortunately, you can't join through like a normal YouTube video like you can other bigger channels. So, but yeah, thanks everyone that's doing that. And with that, let's go ahead and hey, Carlos, welcome back, man. And Jay, welcome back, man. All right. Yeah, it seems like we might be having internet connectivity issues tonight because it is raining outside and I'm getting a lot of dropped frames, and I don't normally get dropped frames when I stream. My internet, you know, I pay for the best plan on the internet service provider I have, And so generally it is pretty solid, especially at nighttime, when, you know, more people are in bed and whatnot. There's less network congestion, basically. So will I upload this stream? I upload every stream, unless it sucks like an Ex Machina and I delete it. But that doesn't usually happen, so... but yeah, we're going to play through Ultimate Doom. Once you finish Ultimate Doom, it throws you, I believe, right into Doom 2. So this should just be like one continuous play session. And of course, we're going to play on Ultra Violence. And everything should be fine here. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Yeah, so PlayStation Doom is kind of an interesting piece. It's, you know, it's not my favorite version to go back to these days because it's 2018 as I'm doing this stream. It's like, you know, I'd rather just play the PC version if I can. But back in the day, this was a really, really awesome version of the game to get because not only was it did it like perform well and it played well as a console first-person shooter. A lot of console FPSs back in the day, you know, some of them didn't play all that great, to be honest with you, or like maybe the frame rates weren't that good. But PlayStation Doom, it felt good, it played well for the time, you know, as a console game. But the biggest thing about it is that not only do you get Doom with it, with, you know, altered versions of the maps, but you also get Doom 2. So this was, you're talking like 60 stages or something like that, 60 maps, which is just a huge value. Especially, you know, back in when did this come out? This was 96. Yeah, this was 96 on PlayStation. And just great value for the money. And it's still a really solid version to play if you absolutely have to play it on console. It's got some unique traits. As you can see, it's got this, you know, different shades of lighting and whatnot that you didn't have in the PC original, which was, you know, pretty cool. A lot of people still use that as a reason to play this over some other versions. They just prefer, you know, the lighting. They also prefer the new soundtrack. I'm not personally the biggest fan of this soundtrack. A lot of people love it. I prefer just the original Doom music myself personally. I like the energy that it provides, but it also, you know, a lot of people like to, you know, sort of oversimplify the original Doom soundtrack by just saying it's, you know, it's like cheesy metal and whatnot, but it's like there are a lot of, like, you know, more ambient tracks as well, or moody, not ambient, but moody tracks, like on episode 1, map 5, which is one of my favorite musical, you know, pieces in that game. But you know, to each their own. And, you know, this Aubrey Hodges soundtrack is a reason for some people to play this one as well. So I'm not going to be going for all the secrets and stuff like that. I am going to be sort of skipping through, you know, some of the stages relatively quickly if I can, just because, you know, I don't want to be spending, you know, 9 hours on this. Although this stream probably is going to take us 9 hours. It's going to be a long night. I think on my long plays of this game, where I play through the whole thing as just a long play, no commentary or anything. God, I want to say it was like 4+ hours for each game. So Doom and Doom 2, or maybe it was a little bit less. And I'm thinking of the Saturn version. The Saturn version, you know, it feels like it takes longer to go through it because the game's got just a nasty frame rate, and you know, it's harder to play accurately on that version without, you know, getting wrecked. So if you come over here and hit this switch, you'll open up this whole side area. But we're going to skip the side area. We're just going to run right past it. That's where you can get your chainsaw. You can also get your first backpack there. Actually, you know what? No, who cares? We don't need it. I don't need that stinking backpack. One other cool thing about this version, too, is that, you know, they incorporated enemies from Doom 2 into Doom 1. So as you can see, you've got the heavy gunner dudes here already. You also see the Revenants pretty early on in you know, Doom Episode 1 maps, which is kind of cool. So that's neat. Definitely novel. And there we go. Framemeister or OSSC? We are using the Framemeister right now. Kill these enemies. Your chat is not broken. Let me kill these guys before I scroll it back down. There we go. Alright, let's see. Hey, Solid Nate. You don't own this version of Doom yet. What's nice about this version of Doom is it's not very expensive. I think the price has gone up a little bit, but it's still pretty reasonable. I think it's like a $30 game. And if you're like me and you got a Japanese PlayStation 2, you can also, or a modded PS1, you can also get the Japanese version of the game, which is actually the version I originally wanted to stream, just to sort of mix things up a little bit. But we fired up my Japanese PS2 last week, and it seems to be having issues reading standard CDs. So that's a problem. We're gonna go ahead and skip that switch that's down below. It's not really necessary. So while I wanted to stream the Japanese version of this game, it's basically the exact same thing, except the item pickup notifications up top are all in Japanese, which is kind of novel. It's nice that they actually at least changed that for the game. I actually also had the Japanese 32X version, and it's the exact same thing as the North American version. There's no Japanese text at all in it. And everything is identical. It's probably just the NTSC North American ROM in that cart, to be honest with you. They probably didn't even bother translating anything. But yeah, it would have been cool just to show off the Japanese PS1 version, just to say that, I have. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and access this secret. I was gonna actually skip it originally, but it's not really a big deal. So yeah, Carlos was mentioning that he doesn't like how dark this game is, and it is very, very, very dark. Some parts of this playthrough might actually look a little bit darker than they normally would, because I have adjusted the brightness and contrast on the Framemeister. Raised the contrast up quite a bit, actually, so brighter things should actually appear a little bit brighter than they might normally. That way you guys can see it hopefully a little bit easier on your smartphones and whatnot. But that might also have the negative side effect of making very, very dark areas, like with this blue lighting, a little bit harder to see than they normally would be. I actually think the game is not nearly as difficult to see if you're playing it on a CRT. So the last time I really played through this whole game on PlayStation, pretty sure it was back when I was still rocking my CRT for streaming. Back when I was just doing composite for everything. But I don't think I've actually run through this whole version since I've upgraded to the, HD through the Framemeister and OSSC. I did run through the Saturn version, but not this version. So. Ghosts and Goblins on Famicom is different from the USA version. That's interesting. If you find out more about that, Nate, let me know. I'm definitely curious. So we're going to go ahead and come down here. This is how you can access your secret map. Your first secret map, anyway. Now, the original Doom was episodic, so you had, Episode 1, which was Knee Deep in the Dead, Episode 2, Shores of Hell, Episode 3, Inferno, Episode 4, Thy Flesh Consumed, which was actually just originally available through Ultimate Doom, which was basically a re-released version of Doom, I think in 95? Was it 95? I think it was 95. But in PlayStation Doom, it's not episodic. It's just you go straight through level by level. There's no real division between the episodes. And so now you have multiple hidden maps in the whole campaign. generally in the you know, classic PC Doom, it's just you have one hidden level per episode. So there were 4 hidden maps total. Doom 2 did it a little bit differently. You would access your hidden map through map 15. So halfway in the game, you could find a hidden map, and then you could find another hidden map in that hidden map. So there were 2 hidden maps in Doom 2, and Doom WODs generally, you know, if you play custom Doom WODs on the PC, they generally do it the same way. I think there are actually technical reasons for it. So Doom, like big Doom Mega WODs, will have, you know, basically 32 map total conversions for Doom 2. Will have the hidden map accessible on map 32 as well. Not 32. Oh man, can't talk. It'll have the hidden map accessible on map 15. And then the second hidden map will be on map 31, which is, map 31 is the first hidden map on Doom 2. So if I'm up to it this weekend, if I'm feeling okay, I have been pretty tired this week, but if I'm feeling okay, we will probably be back streaming some more Doom this Saturday on YouTube. Sort of as a start to the October /horror themed videos that I like to do during this this time of the year. And I'm thinking about doing another stream playing Sunder, which is a Doom 2 WOD with some pretty difficult maps, but it's one of my favorite WODs to play. And I've already done a couple streams and Let's Plays on Sunder on my channel, but I figured it'd give me an excuse to sort of kick off October, because I'll post the archive on Tuesday when it actually is October. And I'll get to play one of my favorite WODs again. So we're just gonna wait for these pinkies to come here and then just hit these barrels. And that helps. So in PlayStation Doom, if you've never played it before, you use L1 and R1 to strafe left and right, which is really nice. You use square by default to run. And then you press triangle to fire. It's actually kind of an unconventional control setup when it comes to FPSs, but it actually works really well. It always takes me a minute to adjust to it, because I'm like, I'll press X or square to fire, like a lot of games, but in this it's triangle to fire. But it actually works out really well. And then you can scroll through your weapons by using L2 and R2. And you basically scroll all the way up or all the way down. There's no in between. You don't, you know, I'm cycling up and down right now. It won't repeat. So it's just, you know, that actually works out pretty well. There are some first-person shooters from back in the day where you'll cycle all the way up and then it'll go right back to number 1, which is your fist or chainsaw. There's a secret right here. Let's go ahead and actually come over here. I do want to kind of try to grab that backpack. Actually, we don't really even... Hey, look, a pain elemental. You're not supposed to be here. This is another enemy that was Doom 2 exclusive. But again, PlayStation Doom is basically Doom 1 and Doom 2 in one package. And so, again, they put classic Doom 2 enemies in classic Doom 1. I'm going to try something here. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. Let's see. No, I messed up. So there's this thing in Doom on PC called strafe running, where if you strafe while you move, and you sort of strafe at like a 45-ish degree angle, your Doom guy will actually speed up. Try to fire a rocket or two down there. There's some enemies. This is actually going to be kind of tricky. This is one of the more troublesome parts in the whole playthrough, to be honest with you. And you really want to have your chain gun for this part, but it's okay, we got it. But yeah, strafe running allows you to like run faster. And then there's a more advanced form of strafe running where there's another singular strafe command So here we are. We're actually running at a 45-degree angle. You'll notice that I'll move just a slight bit faster. And so that's how you can get by a little bit quicker. But there's another even faster form of strafe running that I don't think you can do in this version. Actually, no, you might be able to. So let's see. Yeah, I just found the manual strafe key. By holding down X, you can just strafe manually. And if you do that and then press in a direction and strafe at the same time, you'll actually strafe even faster. And actually, you can't do it in this version. That is very interesting. It's not letting me get that extra speed boost by pressing the regular strafe left and strafe right keys. Wow. It's actually kind of interesting. You can do it in the 32X one and the Jaguar version. And basically what you can do is you can get so fast coming down this stairwell, you'll hop this gap completely. You can't do it in this version, apparently. So, very, very interesting. Yeah, guys, we're dropping frames. We're dropping a lot of frames tonight, as I said in the beginning, so... And we're still dropping frames right now. It's not really a whole lot I can do about it. We just have to cross our fingers and hope that it levels out. So... Also, make sure you drop the quality settings. Actually, you know, one thing I could do too is I could lower the bitrate. So let me do that and see if that affects things. Unfortunately, it's going to lower the video quality when I do that, but that's okay. So I just lower the video bitrate quite a bit. Hopefully that'll help. Jonathan, yeah, the first Doom came out in '93. Very, very late '93. Am I considering Quake 64 for Oktoberfest? I am not. I probably should have, but I don't know. I've done a lot of Quake in the recent months, so I'll probably take a break for a little while. Hold on a second. Let me, I'm gonna go to speed test just to see what's up here. Yeah, my upload is fine. So there's something going on with either YouTube servers or I mean I'm getting 20 megabits up right now even while I'm streaming. So it's not my connection, it seems like. So I apologize for that, guys. I did lower the bitrate. Hopefully that helps it. But just, you know, we'll need to just kind of deal with the stuttering, unfortunately. I am doing a local recording at the same time. So... Yes, guys, it is pausing because we are dropping frames, okay? It's going to pause for everybody. When we drop frames, it buffers. Or it skips. So... Just... It's gonna happen for everybody. So... You're killing me here, guys. You're killing me here. Cross your fingers it gets better. Like I said, this is going to be a long stream. There's nothing I can do about it right now. So... Yeah, I just went and did a speed test, and everything's fine on my end. So, it's quite likely there's something going on with YouTube servers. Either that or it's an issue on my ISP's end, I don't know. But the connection coming from my home is good, apparently, so... Frames have been assassinated. Alright, like I said, we're just gonna skip a bunch of areas because we've got like 60 odd maps to play through, so. And there's actually a secret. You can fall down into this pit, run to the left, you'll get a supercharge, which gives you 100 health. Normally your hit points only go up to 100%, but things like the supercharge or the megasphere can put you over that, up to 200%. Also, you've got armor in this game, and armor is very, very, very good for survival. It's actually a lot better for survival than I gave it credit for back in the day. It heavily scales the amount of damage you take from enemies. So if you've got 200% armor, you're barely taking any damage from these smaller enemies here. And every hit you take will, you know, whittle away at your armor and your health. But when you've got a lot of armor and a lot of health, you can feel pretty good about yourself. So every shotgun that a shotgunner drops will give you 4 ammo back, 4 shells back. Well, too late on the played part, Carlos. We kind of already did that. Carlos is talking about Sega Saturn Doom. Actually, he might be talking about 3DO Doom. Either way, they're both pretty terrible for their own unique reasons. Man, we're gonna have to stream 3DO Doom again. It's been what, something like a year since we did that? Maybe a little bit less than that. Okay, so I'm actually kind of going the wrong way here. I do need to go this way. So I want to come over here. This actually triggers this platform to rise up on the other side. There it goes. There's a heavy weapons dude, or heavy gunner, or I always just call them chain gunners. Now, PlayStation Doom is significantly better than, say, Saturn Doom, and you know, in a way, it's the best version of Doom on a console back in the day. I've always preferred, in some ways, the Atari Jaguar version because of how it looks and how it feels and sounds. It clearly feels like it's the Doom engine, whereas the PlayStation Doom, like, it feels a little bit more, not really slippery, but like it feels like you glide along the ground, like you're on ice. In a way, it's not, maybe that's actually a bad comparison. Maybe you're like running on glass. I don't know. It definitely feels different than the engine that you get with, you know, PC Doom and even 32X and Jaguar Doom. Also, Jaguar Doom uses the original sound effects. While it has no in-game music, it does use the original sound effects, and I actually much prefer the original PC sound effects for Doom. Particularly like the rocket launcher sound and the monster sounds and the shotgun sound. Those are just some sound effects that, to me, just can't be beat. But they changed them up for the PlayStation version, unfortunately. So, but for most people, the PlayStation version is like the, you know, the supreme version, and it's great. There was going to be more to that tangent, but I just completely went brain dead on that, so it was supposed to probably make a little more sense than whatever I said, but oh well. Not the end of the world. And let's to actually come through here. There's a radiation shielding suit. There's a supercharge, which put us over 100% health. I want to come back here. There's blue armor up top. Oops. We have to wait. Hey, Black Gift. Welcome back, man. 3DO Doom on the smallest window is not okay, Delta. FYI. Unless you still, you know, like your Doom, you know, in a postage stamp size, and you still like it stuttering, because even when you put it in a small window and the frame rate is improved, you still get lots of really bad pauses and stutters and quick little loads in the middle of maps themselves. If we hit this, we get teleported back to the beginning. Yeah, for anyone that might be stumbling upon my channel for the first time with this, I do have a ton of classic console Doom playthroughs on this channel. You know, I've been doing Doom for a long time on my channel, the old console ports specifically. And the idea was to try to get gameplay videos and Let's Plays and long plays and live streams or whatever of every console version of Doom. And we've pretty much done that, but now I'm at the point where, you know, some of those videos are so old and the video quality is so bad that I'm trying to go through all of them again and redo them if they're ones that I haven't done in like the last year or two. So PlayStation Doom was one of the earliest ones I did do, and so it was badly in need of a re-record. So here we are now. And this is a very, very dark room. But let's actually come over here. And... yep, just like in other versions, there is no light goggles in this, which is kind of a bummer. But you can sort of light things up a little bit by firing. So fortunately I've got a lot of ammunition in my chain gun. So the lighting in this game is kind of a love it or hate it sort of thing for me. I definitely prefer the original PC lighting. I do like colored lighting, but I much prefer the original, you know, light effect in this section, where it's a very dark light. It fades in and fades out, and it fades in and fades out here, but with the blue light, it just doesn't have quite the same effect. It's arguably spookier in this version, though, and that's why some people, I think, really like this version of Doom. Is, you know, for some people, it spooks them. Never really spooked me. But, you know, it is interesting. Raymond, I have not played Chex Quest. That's on my to-do list. I definitely want to do that. Neither, Carlos. I'm going to be playing the original Xbox version of it. For October. Oh, I just gave it away. Yeah, we're gonna stream Doom 3 on the original Xbox this October. Yeah, we actually fired up Doom 3 on the original Xbox last week when I was on vacation. Just to sort of, you know, dabble with it again. And we ended up playing it for a couple of hours. You know, so we should probably be able to do a stream of that without a problem on YouTube. Alright, so we want to come around this way. So for those of you guys that have never played classic Doom before, and I'm sure there's very few of you out there watching, Doom's got an auto-aim system. So, you know, this is that era of first-person shooting where you couldn't really look up or down. And to compensate for that, the developers made it so your bullets would track vertically on their own. So if there was an enemy that was slightly higher than you, your bullets would actually sort of go up and hit them. And that was basically, you know, auto-aim. And so that's key to getting, you know, decent at these classic Doom games. If you play them in their, you know, sort of true original form. Modern source ports for computer, or PC, sorry, will oftentimes give you options to enable, say, mouse look, so you can actually look up and down and things like that, and you can even disable auto-aim to make it feel a little more like a modern first-person shooter. But for these classic, you know, console ports, you can't do that. So you've got to understand how the auto-aim works. Like, all these guys are down below me, but so long as, you know, I've got it lined up and they're close enough, auto-aim only works to a certain point. Like, those guys up top, okay, no, they're in my range still. Basically, if enemies are outside your range, the auto-aim won't work, and your bullets will just go straight forward and just hit the wall. Let's go ahead and use the chain gun here. One thing I love about classic Doom, though, is just, you know, how littered the areas are with enemies on the ultra-violence skill level. You know, so even on, like, these console versions of the game, there are a lot of enemies in this room when you first get here, which is nice. And sometimes I find myself, or thinking to myself, that I'm spoiled by, you know, modern Doom wads that, you know, just have thousands of enemies. But the enemy density in classic Doom is just, it's you know, it was very well thought out. You know, you've got long spaces and long stretches where you've only got one or two guys, but then you've got these rooms where it's just like, you know, 10 or 15 guys just crammed together. Which is great. Alright, so walking back here will open up these doors, and I like to use the rocket launcher for this part. But it is dark. You do have these specters. Specters are basically like the translucent versions of the Pinky Demons. And in the PlayStation version, you don't want to be running around with the rocket launcher too much because, you know, you've got this really dim lighting, but you've also got the specters, which are very, very difficult to see with the dim lighting. They're not so hard to see in the PC versions, regular lighting, but with this colored lighting, it's, you know, it's even harder to see them. Alright, see you, Jonathan. Take care, man. Yeah, no reason, exactly. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, where the original PC Doom soundtrack, and Doom 2, especially Doom 2, it's got a, you know, it's got quite a few spooky tunes to it, moody tunes to it. It's not all just, you know, Episode 1, Map 1, you know, or Episode 2, Map 1, you know. I think classic PC Doom and Doom 2 have a good mixture of music. It's got rocking tunes, but it's also got, you know, many more moody tunes as well. It doesn't have anything like this. You know, what you're listening to in classic PC Doom is always music. It's not just ambience and sounds and groans and grunts like you hear in the PlayStation version. But yeah, it's a good mixture. It's one of the reasons I really like the Doom soundtrack as much as I do, is it's not just all straight up rockin' tunes like maybe you'd get with, say, like Painkiller. And I like that in Painkiller, but you do have a wide variety in classic Doom, which is great. Alright, so we've got the yellow key. Carlo's rocket launcher is dangerous in any version if it's not used properly. Speaking of rocket launcher... Oh, there are only 2 guys. There are like 5 or 6 guys there in the PC version. So there we go. We got our first Revenant from Doom 2. Although I think they're a little bit easier to deal with in this version. They just kind of like mosey along pretty slowly in the PlayStation Doom. Remember, we have this on the hardest difficulty mode as far as, you know, the console versions go. Unfortunately, I don't think there was a way to make this any more difficult than it is. So, in PC Doom, you had Ultra Violence and then you had Nightmare. Nightmare had infinitely respawning enemies. Now, there was actually a command you can do via the command line when loading up Doom. Is you do, I think it's -fast. No Reason can probably clarify that because he plays a lot of PC Doom. It'll make enemies basically fire at the... I think it's basically the same rate they'll fire at on Nightmare, except you won't have infinitely respawning enemies. The Jaguar and 32X versions of Doom, their Nightmare setting is actually Ultra Violence fast mode, like you can do via command line on PC. PlayStation Doom doesn't even have that. So the Jaguar and 32X versions of this game are actually considerably more difficult when you play them on Nightmare. But their Nightmare doesn't feature respawning enemies like the PC Nightmare does. Alright, so we're going to actually come up here, and we're just going to fall down here like this, grab that suit, flip this switch, come up here, flip another switch. I actually have no idea what most of these switches do. I just do it out of habit. But then we're going to come back here, get this supercharge, and look at that. We're maxed out on health and ammo, or health and armor. What's nice about the secrets in Doom, in particular, is that, you know, the maps will just sort of like loop around and link. All the parts of the maps will link together perfectly. So that secret gets you to this door to get this key, and then you can basically work your way towards the exit now. Which is very, very well thought out map design in Classic Doom. It's yet another reason why, you know, Classic Doom is so awesome. It's just a very, very well designed game. Alright, so the blue door. Where was the blue door? We have to go through the yellow door. Now another secret has actually opened up. In here. Actually, okay, yes, it is open. Which we actually don't even need to come down here, so I'm not even going to bother with it. But you can loop all the way over here if you want. Kill a bunch of these guys. I actually do recommend doing this because these guys can shoot you when you have to walk through this area up top. Let's go ahead and use our rocket launcher here. Yeah, hyphen fast is for fast monsters. Okay, awesome. Thanks, No Reason. Yeah, I need to start playing Classic Doom on fast mode. Because a lot of players do that, and I still play, you know, on traditional ultraviolence in, you know, all the WODs I play. So there's another Revenant here. Now, one of my only complaints about having Doom 2 enemies in Doom 1 is that a lot of those enemies were kind of designed with, like, the super shotgun in mind. At least, I assume they were. They really, I mean, the amount of damage they usually take a lot more hits than a lot of Doom 1 enemies. And you don't have the super shotgun to balance that. But it really means that you want to use your, you know, your rocket launcher even more. Yeah, still getting dropped frames. Not sure if lowering the quality settings has helped all that much, but it doesn't seem like we've been getting as many dropped frames, so that's good. Hopefully it'll just continue to stabilize, you know, the longer we go. So there's actually a secret right here, but we don't really need it. I'll grab it anyway. And there are a bunch of dudes there. Don't even really care about them. I'm going to switch over to the rocket launcher here. And this is where we fight our Barons of Hell for the first time. But I want to kill these, I don't even know what you call these ones. So, PlayStation Doom added in these black Pinky Demons. They're like the third tier of Pinky Demons. They have the most health. They're really irritating, to be honest with you. They're just bullet sponges, that's it. So, now the only issue with me doing it that way, killing them with rockets, is that I'm not going to have rockets for my Barons. Which is fine, it just means it's going to take a while to kill these Barons, so you just walk up these stairs. Hey! 2 Barons of Hell. So these were like sort of like the original boss enemies in Classic Doom. They were the guards of Episode 1. They were the end enemies of Episode 1. So generally speaking, in PC Doom, and I'm pretty sure it's probably about the same in this version, but they take about 5 to 6 rockets in PC Doom. So they don't take forever to kill, even with your chain gun or your shotgun. But they turn into regular enemies from this point on. Although they don't appear that often in Classic Doom. Nightmare Spectre. Okay, cool. Thanks, Mike. And there we go. And yeah, welcome to the stream, man. As long as you don't call them blackies, I think you'll be okay. Yeah, so the Pinky Demons, I think, are actually just called demons in the original game. So when you beat the game, you can go through and, you know, you can kill all the enemies over again after the credits, and it gives you the enemy names. And I believe they're just called demons. But I guess because they're pink, very, very bright pink, it stands out like a sore thumb. You know, it made sense for the name Pinky Demon to sort of catch on over time. Boo Radley, Doom Eternal. I was a big fan of Doom 2016. I mean, I've done multiple playthroughs on this channel. Definitely looking forward to Doom Eternal. Hell yeah. I think it looks great. So, alright, we're going to come back here to get a plasma gun. And what do I have here? I have nothing. Okay, so this room can be tough. And we've got Lost Souls in here too. You don't normally see Lost Souls this early. Yeah, it looks like there's a Spectre in there. This is our first Cacodemon. Alright, and that's it. Plasma gun's a fantastic weapon. Hell Knights are like the Barons of Hell, except they're not pink. You'll see them later on in the game. I don't think they appear in this version of Doom until... I don't know if they actually appear in the Doom 1 side in this version. I guess we're gonna find out, right? Alright. Liberal arts guy used to call them pigs when he were younger. And this was the first version of Doom that Mike owned. Very cool. Yeah, I can imagine for a lot of folks back in the day, this was their first experience with Doom. So we just picked up the, you know, Berserk Pack. Berserk Pack will raise your health up to 100% if you're below 100%. It makes the screen turn red, and your fists do a lot more damage. They become very powerful. But it's really risky using the fists, especially in the console versions where you have less, you know, precise control over what's happening. So I don't use it very often unless I'm just out of ammo, or I'm in a section where I'm only fighting pinky demons. So like these guys. And I've got a chainsaw. For everything else, I just use my my guns. But this was actually brought up in the past. There's still some confusion with how this power-up works. So the screen turns red, and it makes you think that your upgraded fist is only good while the screen is red. That's actually false. Your upgraded fist is good for the rest of the entire level. So it's very good to keep that in mind. Should be a chain gunner down. Oh no! Never mind. Hey Larsop. This port is good, yes. It is a good port. I mean, it's far from perfect, as, you know, pretty much all console Doom ports were back in the day, but for the time, it's a really solid version of the game. It still holds up really well. It's still a lot of fun to play. And it's very content-rich. I mean, you get just about all of Doom and Doom 2 in one package. You know, granted, you know, the maps have been adjusted for console, you know, console limitations. A lot of the maps have been restructured. That's actually one of the reasons I like going back to these console versions of the game, is the maps are a little bit different and altered. And PlayStation Doom has Doom 2 enemies in Doom 1. It's cool. Hey, Doom Stash. Yeah, we're still dropping frames, guys. So, I mean, it's been more stable in the last, you know, half hour than it has been, you know, before that. So, like I said, hopefully over the course of the stream it just gets better. And I am doing a local recording, so, you know, if the buffering's that bad and it affects the archive that much, I can upload just the local recording version of it. Really out of shotgun shells? Oh, jeez. That doesn't happen very often. Hey, thank you, Biolithic. Much appreciated. Yeah, we're not gonna get to Club Doom, unfortunately. Although if I have time at the end of the stream, what I can do is I pop in a cheat code to get to it. Not a cheat code, but just pop in a password to get to it. It's kind of a cool level, but it is a hidden map, and I'm not entirely sure where to find it. Unless it's where the hidden map usually is in Doom 2. PS1 Classic? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have many thoughts on it yet, because, you know, a full game lineup hasn't been announced. I'm interested in seeing what the full lineup's gonna be. And, I want to know if it's going to be hackable. If it's going to be hackable, I will buy one. If the emulation is rock solid, just like, say, the PS1 emulation is on PSP or PS3. Because that'll be a real convenient way to stream PS1 games that are just way out of my price range. Which is actually a lot of PS1 games these days. So it could definitely make a nice little stream solution. But we'll see. I mean, it's still too early to tell, unfortunately. And I don't want to really buy one without having that information, so if I get one, I'm probably not going to get one right away unless I just get the urge to. I mean, I got the urge to get the NES Classic and the SNES Classic. Although I wasn't able to get the SNES Classic right away. That was actually, it ended up being sent in by a viewer. Thank you, Tony, by the way, for that. And, but I did buy an NES Classic when they were re-released. I wasn't able to get one in its first run, even though I did look quite a bit, actually. And those are, you know, those are devices I really don't need. I've already got original hardware. I've got flash carts and everything, so. But there's the nostalgia factor, and then there's the, you know, the convenience of having, you know, a little tiny box that can be hacked, and I can just keep it plugged up to my, you know, my main HD TV in the living room. So if I ever want to practice for Let's Plays off stream and I'm just chilling out on my couch, I can do that, you know. That's cool. You know, if the PlayStation Classic ends up being just like that, then I might end up buying one. Hey, Ariella. Well, the problem with that liberal arts guy is there are a lot of PlayStation 1 games that have been delisted that you can't buy from the PlayStation Store anymore. So, you know, while I'm all for, you know, supporting digital downloads like that, you know, if you can't keep them available, then there's a slight problem. You know, we were actually talking about it on Twitch earlier today. There are games that I bought back in the day on PSN that I can still access, but others can't because, you know, they weren't able to buy them before they got delisted. You know, games like R-Types and R-Type Delta are good examples. Both expensive games now if you try to buy them physically. So, you know, to each their own. You know, everyone's got different, you know, opinions on, you know, playing backups and whatnot. I have no qualms about it. I've got flash carts. I'll hack systems and you know, mod little devices like the NES Classic to play backups if I can. But I also still support the games industry. Hell, I just dropped like $250 on Switch digital download games over the last, you know, couple of weeks. All retro games too, mind you. Modern games that are available physically, I always try to buy those physically because then, you know, if I need money or if I decide I'm never going to play the game again, I can at least resell it. Whereas digital games, I can't do that. But yeah, I'm all about doing what is most convenient for my own personal purposes. A lot of my personal purposes these days being streaming and video recording, which requires games to be able to do that. And some games, many games actually just are not available for purchase these days outside of secondhand markets, and we all know the situation with retro game prices these days, so I definitely like the convenience of being able to buy them on, you know, PlayStation Network if they're available. And I've got a pretty big PSN library as well, so. And I'm, yeah, it's the wrong way. I always go the wrong way on this section. So we're basically in episode 2. If we were playing on PC Doom, we'd be a couple maps in on episode 2. So, you know, keep in mind, Doom on PC was a 4-episode game. Well, when Ultimate Doom came out, it was a 4-episode game. When the original Doom was out, it was just a 3-episode game. So if we were playing on, you know, if we were playing the classic PC version, 3-episode version, we'd be about halfway through the game by this point. And there are a bunch of things here. We're just going to skip a lot of them. We're going to come down here. You know, there are lots of optional rooms in Doom and Doom 2. And once you know the route through the stages, you don't have to get, you know, all those side rooms. Now, it is fun to find all the side rooms. You know, one of the great things about first-person shooters from back in the day is the exploration aspect. The nice thing about Doom is it doesn't require you to explore a lot of times. You know, you do have to find keys, but you're not usually doing a lot of, like, redundant activities in classic Dooms. Yet another reason why classic Doom is great. There are a lot of first-person shooters like, I don't know, Blood on PC that really forced you to go all over the place key hunting. And as a result, they're kind of irritating to play. But Doom has a whole lot less of that. I mean, it's got the key hunting. You have to find keys. Don't get me wrong, but it's you know, in some first-person shooters, it'll be like you have to, you know, scour every inch of the map in order to find all the keys. And the game forces you to go through those routes, you know. Whereas Doom is just like, oh, there's a hallway. You don't have to go down it. Just go this way instead if you want, you know. Go down it if you feel like it, you know. Alright, so what we're going to do is come down here, flip this, and then run right up here. And then by walking and touching the door, you'll make this platform appear. And there's a supercharge. We actually don't need it. We're at 197% health already. And that's it. Hey, you see it, Ariella? Blast those barons. The Polymega, less said about it the better. Liberal arts guy. So I highly recommend going to Atari Age, the Atari Age forums, and looking at the Polymega thread. It's in the Classic Gaming General section. Anybody can look at it. You don't have to be a member or sign up. You read the nonsense that goes on there, and you'll find the Polymega is just one big joke. I personally, I would be very skeptical. I would not take those guys seriously. And you can pretty much just read all the details in that thread. Why do I love Doom so much? Because? You're putting me on the spot, man. I mean, I feel like if I'm gonna answer that, then I'll have to answer other questions like, why do I love Castlevania so much? Why do I love Ninja Gaiden so much? Why is Mega Man so great? You know? I mean, if you want the real answer, I don't know. I'll have to think about it for a second. Doom to me is one of the best designed video games I can think of. It's simple yet complex. It feels fantastic, even, you know, 25 years after its release. It's got a host of different versions you can play that all have their own unique traits. It adds to the longevity. The PC game is heavily expandable. It's good, simple fun. You know, it's got, you know, great visuals for the time that I also think still hold up very well. And it's just a, you know, it's just a good time. It's also one of those games that, like, I find myself still getting better at over time. And if I take a break from it, I don't really ever feel like I have to relearn anything either, which is nice. You know, most games aren't like that for me. You need to do your research then, Carlos, if you really think that. No offense, but do your research in the Polymega, because Atari's at least a legitimate company, right? These Polymega guys, they're just... This is looking like another Coleco Chameleon fiasco, you know, by the day. So be very wary about it. And at the end of the day, Carlos, it is just an emulation box. A very, very expensive emulation box, mind you, for what it's looking like right now. Yeah, man, Wolfenstein was amazing when it came out. And you guys know I still love me some Wolfenstein. Alright, I need to be a little more careful here. Definitely have to be careful there. Those Hell Knights can actually do a lot of damage if you take a hit. I'm just going to play it safe here because I have very little health. And when you die in this game, you got to do the whole level over again. Judson, no, we're not in the Doom 2 levels yet. Those are Doom 2 maps. Okay, there we go. We got some armor, so... Right, and that's fine, Carlos, but I mean, there's... I just don't recommend having baseless faith, you know, in regards to something, you know, do your research on this thing really before you speak about it. I would not just, seriously, just, go read up on the Polymega if you're really curious. But until then, I seriously wouldn't be like, I have more faith in this than the other, because then you're not educated about it. And you're just talking. But yeah, it's a topic I don't like to get into on this channel. You know, stuff like the Polymega, it's just drama at this point. But there's plenty of information out there for you to get your hands on. Like I said, you can go to Atari Age. I'm sure other gaming forums have threads dedicated to it as well. Alright, Berserk power up. Yeah, so this section was actually heavily stripped in this version of the game, as it was, you know, other versions. The Ultimate Doom level set, or I should say Doom level set, is actually based on the 32X and Jaguar versions of Doom. Which is a reason why areas like this have been heavily stripped back. There we go. Probably should have saved that armor for when I came back out. The greatest hits remix of Doom? Yeah, you can kind of look at it that way. It's definitely an amalgamation for sure. Welcome back, Hernando. Yes, the Super Shoddy will make an appearance. I think it only makes an appearance on the Doom 2 side of things, though. I guess we'll see. It's, you know, it's been a few months since we did the Saturn version. The Saturn version is based on the PS1 version, so it's got, you know, the same level progression and whatnot. I can't remember if we got the Super Shoddy in the Ultimate Doom stages or not on this version. Alright, so now we can exit. And we'll just skip those guys. Grab that. The John Romero full walkthrough. Well, yeah, liberal arts guy, obviously, but we're not cheating. Yeah, we are not cheating. Alright, so we're gonna kill this guy first. And actually, let's go ahead and just grab this. Kill a bunch of dudes. And look, a Mancubus that you can barely see because the screen's white. Alright, we're gonna come back this way. My opinion on Duke Nukem 3D. I like it. I haven't beaten the game since the 90s, but I did fire it up on Twitch a few weeks ago. We ran through the first episode again. And I liked it a lot, actually. This is after playing Blood and a little bit of Shadow Warrior. Of those three, Duke Nukem definitely felt the best. So I'm looking forward to going back and trying to complete all the episodes. And then naturally when that happens, we'll do a YouTube stream. To me, Duke 3D feels like the Doom of the build engine games. It just feels the most polished and the most fun. Blood is a great game, but it is, it's a little too complicated for its own good. Level designs are convoluted. Very easy to get lost. Hit detection's a little weird, too, in that game. Difficulty's very unbalanced as well. But Duke 3D felt pretty solid overall. Although, I mean, it could fall apart too in later episodes, you know. I only have a current perspective on the first episode, which we went, you know, all the way through. And it was pretty solid. Referencing cool movies doesn't make you a better game, Judson. Alright, let's come through here. So one of these blocks will actually teleport you into a secret. There we go. And it says red door, which gives you some mega armor. So 200% armor. Apparently we just hit a secret map. Why don't I take a shot at the Xbox 360 version? Because I want to play with keyboard and mouse. No, Carlos, there's no reason for me to cheat, man. I mean, we don't have the super shotgun and Doom 1 levels. That's okay, you know. It's not like it's really a hard game, so we will get the super shotgun once we get to the Doom 2 levels. It's not a big deal. Yeah, so I actually didn't know how to get to this secret map, to be honest with you. So we actually just kind of figured that out on stream. As much as I love Doom and I play Doom all the time, I don't actually go searching for the secrets. I'm not really a secret hunter. You've got different categories of Doom players out there. Some of them, they like thrive on finding all the secrets and stuff like that. Me, if they appear, cool. You know, and I learn where they are that way, cool. But it's not the end of the world if I don't find all the secrets. But I was actually unaware that this secret level was accessed through that previous stage. So now it makes me wonder if that's how you get to it in the Jaguar version of the game, or if it's just on the PlayStation version. On the PC version of the game, you access it via a different way. All right, let's just come through here, get some rockets, so we can kill these guys hopefully a little bit quicker. Just gonna do lots of circle strafing here, and we'll just use the BFG. Let's get them all bunched up together. Hey, Gag Demons, you want to see something special? And there we go. That's the whole level. Although you have to come here and open up this secret door. Hey, Girl Geek. You are Doom guy. My take on Telltale's situation? I don't really have much of a take on it. I haven't been following it that much. From what it seems like, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, or not necessarily quote-unquote correct me, because I don't really know a whole lot. But, you know, feel free to expand on the information. I've heard the company was pretty mismanaged. So while it's sad that, you know, they're going under, it seems like it was one of those things where it was completely their own doing. You know, it's gonna suck for people that are big fans of their games. But I'm sure the talent will go elsewhere, and, you know, other good things could actually end up coming from this. So, you know, people that work in the games industry, they're not just going to go work in other industries. You know, they're game developers. So they'll go to other companies, they'll form their own companies, and then, you know, we might end up having a Telltale Games version 2.0, you know, down the road. That's even better. I did watch someone's video that commented about how, you know, they always went after big licensed properties instead of kind of like doing their own thing, you know, making actual unique original content, like creating their own stories. So, I mean, imagine if some of those guys go and they make their own companies, they go work for someone else, and you know, the same talent is doing the same types of projects, but they're making original projects. They're not making Batman or Game of Thrones or Walking Dead games. Yeah, it's just food for thought, you know? But yeah, I wasn't attached to the company personally. I haven't played a single Telltale game. Adventure games these days usually don't appeal to me that much. They would probably appeal to me more if I had just more time just to play games by myself. But since I'm always, you know, doing these videos, that really eats up all my game time. Plus, my focus is more towards, you know, action games to begin with. Especially old school action games. Shorter games in a lot of cases. Arcadey games. Hey, Kitsu. How come games reference Evil Dead movies more than Phantasm? Because I think Evil Dead's a lot more popular. Hey, Wayne. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a simple way of looking at it. Evil Dead is just, you know, it's much more mainstream than Phantasm. Phantasm's a little more of a cult classic. Yeah, there's actually a secret in Blood. Kind of like the, in Duke Nukem 3D on episode 1, you can find, a dead Doom guy, like, impaled on a stake or something like that, or a stick. And, Duke Nukem will go, "That's one doomed Space Marine." But in Blood, you'll find Duke Nukem, a dead Duke corpse, hanging from a ceiling in like the back room of one of the areas in the circus level or carnival level, and you can push it around and Caleb goes, "Shake it, baby." "Shake it, baby," which is Duke Nukem's quote. So it's like all these first-person shooters just like poking fun at each other from back in the day. Yep, Doom 2 does have the Commander Keens at the end. Absolutely. But yeah, in October I'll show you that secret in Blood. It's in like one of the first few levels in the game. But yeah, we're going to be playing through all of Blood on stream in October, so stay tuned for that. I think it's going to be a Saturday stream. Not sure what Saturday, but I'll figure it out. I've got a tentative list of all the dates and games that I want to play. Although some of the games I wanted to play, I don't think I'm going to be able to get to. I had to replace them with other easier games. Low-hanging fruit. Sam, yes it is. It is a pretty good version of Doom, yeah. I agree. Hey, hey, there's the Hell Knight. Oh, jeez, man. Don't even get me started on Serious Sam. We ran through the, all of the, first encounter last week on stream, on Twitch. I ended up breaking a mouse in the process. Wow, what a frustrating game. What a frustrating game that is. Ugh. I'm gonna try to play through it again on like the medium difficulty. I played it on the second hardest mode, so I guess serious mode is the hardest, and then I forgot what the second hardest is, but that's what we beat the game on. Oh man, it was awful, awful, awful. That could be potentially pretty cool, liberal arts guy. Yeah, the BFG is great. If you get up close to enemies and you sort of keep them all in your line of sight and you don't turn after you fire the BFG, it'll cover a huge portion of your viewing area, and it does so much damage when you use it against a big group of like low HP enemies like that. You'll just take them all out. Well, Despero's kind of its own unique thing. Like, I think they just gave Despero way too much HP. Like, the Despero fight wouldn't be that bad if, like, he had a reasonable amount of health. But no, Serious Sam is just all sorts of levels of BS. Like, it's really, really bad at treating you well. It does not, the game does not like you at all. At all. And I'm talking like the game as a whole. It's not just like one or two sections here or there. It's like the entire ride is like they're dragging you by a rope across hot coals, you know, and it's a bumpy ride and it doesn't stop, and it's just it's awful. And it was just disappointing because I went into it thinking, okay, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this because I've been playing a lot of really difficult Doom mods. Like I'm prepared for Serious Sam. And you know, like I said, maybe it's really fun on like the medium difficulty, but I played it on the second hardest, which is usually what I play a lot of classic FPSs on. But no dice, man. It was brutal. It was one of the hardest things I've played in a while. And you guys know I've got tolerance for difficult games. And I've got some semblance of skill at first-person shooters. So Serious Sam just, like, raked me over the coals. Yeah, and on Serious Sam, I basically had to save scum my way through the playthrough. Like, I would clear a room of enemies, I'd save it. I'd clear another room of enemies, I'd save it. I was quick saving like mad. There were points where like I would quick save mid-fight. Normally I don't like to do that. I don't mind quick saving after fights that often. I do it a lot when I play Doom mods. But I was quick saving like, there were sometimes I'd kill like a handful of enemies, then quick save. Kill another handful of enemies, quick save. In order to make my way through the damn game. Yeah, well, the difference between Serious Sam and Doom 2016 is Doom 2016 is actually balanced very well. Serious Sam is just all the odds are against you in Serious Sam. The enemy dynamics in Doom 2016 are also somewhat similar to the enemy dynamics in classic Doom as well. Where Serious Sam, everything is bum rushing you at top speed. Everything does a ton of damage. And you've just got genuinely irritating enemy patterns as well. Like the bony guys that, you know, sort of make the horse trotting sound. That they, you know, they run towards you at top speed and they lunge like the fiends from Quake. And you have to dodge in a very specific manner. But they always like to put like a ton of them against you while you're fighting other enemies. And Doom 2016 doesn't really have anything like that, to that same level of sort of cheapness. But later on in Serious Sam, they'll throw those guys at you, then they'll throw the bulls at you, which basically do the same thing, except they don't lunge. So you've got enemies constantly charging at you, you're constantly circle strafing, barely missing the guys. And then you've got your exploding guys. You don't have any kamikaze enemies like that in Doom 2016. I mean, you've got the kamikaze Lost Souls. They very rarely appear, especially not in high numbers. I mean, the games are similar in that they're sort of like arena-focused. Doom 2016 is less arena-focused, but it is still arena-focused. Like, you'll pop open a gore nest, and then a fight happens in like an enclosed area. But there is still some exploration in Doom 2016. There is still some, you know, enemies like strewn throughout sort of like normal level areas. Serious Sam doesn't really have any of that. It's just kind of like, you know, one big arena after another big arena. Less so in the beginning of the game, but towards the end, like, not even towards the end of the game, but after the first opening areas, it becomes very, very, very predictable. And I don't mind that. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with that sort of gameplay style, but man, the way they just want to, like, they just want to torture you in that game. The way they want to torture you is just, it's evil. I'm actually really scared to try episode 2. I haven't tried episode 2 since back in the day. But I'm going to, since I've finished episode 1 again. But I'm not looking forward to it. I'm really not looking forward to it. And if we ever stream episode 1 on YouTube, it's going to be on the medium difficulty. Let's go ahead and just chainsaw these guys. Come on. Alright, so I think there's actually an invincibility sphere in there, so I'm just gonna sort of bait these guys. Maybe some monster infighting will happen too. Yeah, it looks like one of the cacodemons got triggered by one of the barons, so they're fighting each other now. So that's, I mean... Yep, there it is. Okay. What we're gonna do is just switch back over to the chainsaw. A lot of times what I do when I've got invincibility like this is I just use the weapons that have no ammunition. So I'll use a chainsaw just to save myself some ammo. Or I'll use the rocket launcher, kind of like this, and I'll get up close to enemies. And use it while I can't take any damage. So I can kill these enemies faster. There we go. Getting somewhat low on ammo, though. I'd say overall we're making okay progress. I mean, we're about 2 hours in. Well, a little less than 2 hours on the actual gameplay. I think we're probably an hour, I don't know, hour 30, hour 45 on the actual gameplay itself. Still dropping lots of frames, too. So in this section, we basically have to go through, you know, a series of these teleporters. And there we go. This is actually the one we want to go into. So I'm going to go ahead and just use my BFG. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. And what we're going to do is just run around, kind of like this. Walk through this. Is the door opening sound getting really annoying to some people? Not really, but it's... I do prefer the original door opening sound. You know, like I talked about earlier in the playthrough, I do prefer a lot of the sound effects to classic, you know, the original PC Doom. And in the PC game, these things actually will come down and crush. So it's kind of interesting they didn't replicate that in these console versions. To be fair, no reason, not much annoys you. I mean, you enjoyed Hell Revealed, so you've got tolerance of steel, my friend. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and just come through here and skip. We can basically skip a lot of this map. You know, like I said earlier, like, Doom is set up in a way where, like, a lot of places are actually optional. So, now they're not going to feel that way when you first play the game, but, you know, when you get comfortable with the map layouts and whatnot, you can just, you know, you can really tear through a lot of these stages quickly. Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting design choice in this one. Like, this is open in, you know, the PC version of the game, but in the other home console versions, like, it's closed. But I'm surprised they didn't bother to open it up in the PS1 version. Because the PS1 version seems to be able to handle a long draw distance just fine. But I'm gonna have to look into it. I don't know if they really modified these Jaguar maps at all for the PlayStation version. It's been a while since I've looked into it. So again, you know, the original Doom levels that are in this, outside of the Thy Flesh Consumed Ultimate Doom maps, they're basically the Jaguar map layouts. they were taken from that version of the game. Alright, I think... No. There's invincibility. Let's go ahead and just use the rocket launcher here. Hey, there's another Mancubus. Of course, we're invincible again, just like we were the last time we saw one. Alright, we're gonna run over here for some more goodies. This bridge platform will actually lower, just like that. We just lost quite a bit of health. Let's come back over here. Nope, no more health. And that lava does a ton of damage, too. Alright, more invincibility. Let's grab that. That's a supercharge. And I think we can probably exit. I don't think you need a red key. Yeah, we're good. Alright. Yeah, right? Redoing an old stream to make it better, and then the new stream just buffers uncontrollably. Yeah, it's really frustrating. Normally my streams are really stable on YouTube. I don't usually drop frames on YouTube. But like I said, we are doing a local recording. That shouldn't be affecting the performance. You know, we're only using like 30% of the CPU. So we still got a lot of overhead. So it's not that. And we did do a speed test. My upload speed was still great even though I was streaming. So yeah. After the stream's over, I'll probably reboot my router just in case, but it's unlikely that's the issue. We were streaming on Twitch earlier today. We were just fine. No dropped frames at all. Yeah, Carlos, you say that every time we get here. We get it. And like I said, man, every time I just repeat what I say every time we get here. It's when you know where to go, it's easy. Here, there's a switch. Hit it. Here's a room. Walk into it. Here's a key. Grab it. There's an enemy. Shoot it. It's not rocket science, Carlos. Look, we got the key. Now we can leave. Carlos is very good about, like, having personal vendettas against things he's bad at. That's actually not a Carlos specific thing. It's something I see a lot in comment sections on my videos and in streams and things like that. Like, I never really understood, like, having personal vendettas against things like that. Always being like, I hate this room. Like, I mean, I've got specific areas that, you know, they're in games where I'm just like, oh god, not this room. But I mean, classic, like, the original Doom is one of those things where, like, there are very few parts of the game that are actually legitimately hard or confusing. If they are hard or confusing, they're hard or confusing on your first playthrough. And then after that, you should probably know the map, and then it's easy, and then there's nothing to complain about, because you got over the, you know, the learning hump. So, it just always, like, kind of, like, grinds my gears a little bit, gets under my skin a little bit. Because I don't think that way, you know? This map gave me trouble back in the day. It gives me absolutely zero trouble now, though, so I have no reason to complain about it. None. And so, when I do see people complain about it, I'm just like, come on, guys. Come on, you're better than that. Better than that, guys. Alright, so I actually went the wrong way. So we don't want to go through that teleporter. Kill this guy, get the red key. So you basically go to one side of the map, get the blue key. Go to the other side of the map, get the red key. You get teleported back over to the other side of the map. Go through all the red doors. See, there's a switch here. The areas are actually linked together fairly logically, which it obviously doesn't seem that way the first time you play this map, because there are a lot of different ways to go. And we need the yellow key for this one. So you basically come over here, you go through these doors. Oh geez, Plutonium map 11. Yeah, Carlos, if you think this is bad, man, you haven't seen anything yet. Go play Plutonium map 11. Alright, we need to come over to this one first. Look, you come over here, you flip a switch. You don't even have to go back through the teleporter. You just fall down. Look, nice little stairwell just for Carlos. And there's a key. And now we can use this yellow key. We come back to here. We use said yellow key on said yellow door. And now we can exit. And to exit, we just come over here. See, Carlos, it's not that bad, man. Bam, done. What was that, like 3 minutes? Ooh, Final Doom on PS1. Yeah, that's a game. That's a game. Yeah, you guys can hear my thoughts on that in my my live stream of it. I did a live YouTube stream a couple months ago. All right, let me get to fight the Cyber Demon. And some Incubus, apparently. We'll go ahead and try to play it safe here. We'll just kill all the enemies. There's the Cyber Demon already. Yeah, one of the things about the Cyber Demon in this version, though, is that he doesn't really make, like, really loud thumping sounds when he's far away. But he feels a lot less threatening in this version. Cyberdemon can be a scary enemy in the original Doom, in Doom 2. Yeah, you can sort of hear him in the distance. But it lacks that, like, oomph of the sound effects in the PC version. And you hear him from a much longer distance away in the PC versions. Ow. Spider Mastermind, you can actually one-shot the Mastermind with the BFG. You can actually two-shot the Cyberdemon, but that's dangerous. Speaking of BFG. And so now we should be able to exit wherever the exit is. Yeah, here it is. It's a little bit different in this version. In the PC version, it just ends the second you kill the Cyberdemon. Yep. In, yeah, in PC Doom, you can, yeah, you can one-shot the Spider Mastermind in PC Doom, and you can two-shot the Cyber. Two-shotting the Cyber is very, very difficult. I've only done it a handful of times. The Mastermind, though, one-shotting the Mastermind is a very, very common thing for me. And yeah, no reason, you're right. Yeah, you don't have the BFG when you get to the Cyber in PC Doom, right? Like, BFG doesn't even show up till the 3rd episode, right? Or is it in episode 2 and I just don't remember? Oops. There's actually a secret down here. You can open up this wall, and it takes you up top. Yes, Carlos, we went through the episode 3 maps. Those last couple maps we played were episode 3, except for the Cyberdemon fight. That was normally episode 2, but they put it as the main boss fight for quote-unquote episode 3 on this version of the game. The original Mastermind boss fight is not in this. Like, the original Dis level is gone. You fight the Mastermind at the end of Thy Flesh Consumed Now in this version of the game. Man, is the Mastermind even there in this one? I'm pretty sure it is. It's been a few months since I played through the Saturn version, which has the same level progression. Let's go ahead and use the BFG on this part. It's also kind of interesting in this version, they actually moved the key. So there's a trick you can use in the PC Doom where the key sits so close to this gate, you can actually end up grabbing it through the gate. It's a speedrun technique. It's kind of fun to do. Thy Flesh Consumed isn't known for being easy on you. Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. Yeah, Doom Stash, I think you're right. I know what level you're talking about. And I think the level I'm thinking of, I think you still play it in this version of the game, but I don't think there's a mastermind there. In the PC version, there is a mastermind at the end of My Flesh Consumed. Yeah, Perfect Hatred, absolutely. But they've kind of like dumbed down this level in this version, so it's not nearly as difficult. Like, there's no Cyber Demon. Less Barons, you have less to worry about. Unfortunately, you've got a bad frame rate to worry about. This is probably like the worst frame rate in the game. And the this is where the frame rate gets nasty in the Saturn version as well. It's always bad in the Saturn version, but it's atrocious in this level. Nice one, Wayne. Hey, Gary, Deadly Gaming, man. I feel graced, man. I got to see you twice today. Got to see you on Twitch early this morning, and then now. Graced by Gary's presence. Actually, let's save those pinkies for later. And we'll go ahead and try to snipe these guys with a rocket launcher. We have to... Oh, you sons of you-know-what. Alright, we have to run back this way. Yeah, so I ended up getting hit by one of those Hell Knights. And I'm going to go ahead and get this armor. That means I have to come back through here, take a little bit of damage. I'd rather have some armor for this next part, though. Man, this frame rate is really bad right now. Actually, I think the frame rate is just as bad on the next map as well. But yeah, I wanted to take out these guys because I have to go down there. And the problem with the bad frame rate is that it's just the controls lag. It's harder to, you know, to be accurate with your shots. And I'm stuck. Go figure. Alright, let's come up this way. Yeah, we actually need to come back. Let's go ahead and just use the BFG for this part. We've got plenty of ammo, so let's just go ahead and use it. Let's switch over to our rockets for this part. In the PC version, these are all Barons if you play on Ultra Violence. So you can see why this map is, you know, considerably more challenging on the PC version. Barons take a lot more hits. It's definitely not the amount of enemies that slows this level down. It's the size of the rooms, mainly. It's the draw distance and the complexity of the room. Alright. You gotta be kidding me, man. Seriously? That was some garbage, man. Alright, so normally when you die, you lose all your weapons, but if you go to the password screen and load up your password, you can restart the level with whatever you had when you got to it. Yep, except the super shotty is not available in this map, Carlos, or even this game. So you'd be cheating by having it right now. And on that token, you know what would also work wonders is no clipping mode, so I can just skip to the exit, or God mode, so I can't take any damage. Yeah, that was atrocious. I shouldn't have died there. That was our first death too. We're gonna go ahead and take advantage of this radiation suit. We're gonna come and grab this stuff. Oh, come on. Let's try this again. Yeah, I know, Mike. You mentioned it earlier. It's in a hidden map. Yeah, you already said that earlier. That hidden map, we are probably not getting to. I've probably already passed it, I'm assuming. Unless it's in a secret in one of the main maps, but we've been skipping a lot of the main maps for time reasons. So I guess Carlos isn't completely off base then. It wouldn't be cheating if I had the super shotgun here, assuming I found it in that hidden map. So that's good to know. I don't even know how that guy killed me in one hit before. I'm pretty sure I had more than enough health, but... yeah, that death just came completely out of nowhere. Oh, so you can't get the super shotgun up to this point then. It's after this. Unless it's in a different... like, unless there's another early secret that has the super shotty. Which I'm guessing is entirely possible. Alright, so what I want to do is... God, this frame rate is killing me. Killing me, frame rate. What I want to do is come through here. It takes me to this. Flip this switch, and then you can run down here. Like so. Then there's a way to get up top there as well. I actually don't even remember how to do that. Yep. Yeah, so in the PC version there would be a Cyber Demon right here, and you can try to telefrag him by going into that teleporter right there in the middle. I'm not worried about a Doom stash, seriously. I really don't care that much. What I care more about is getting through this whole game in less than, like, 9 hours. But I'll have to try to find it sometime on my own. Just not right now. Yeah, this map has a pretty bad frame rate as well when you're on the, you know, when you're outside. When you're inside, it's fine. When you're outside, it's not so fine. How much better is this over the Super Nintendo one? I don't know. Take a look at it. That is something that really doesn't have to be explained at all, really. Oh, man. Yep, our stream situation's identical, guys. It hasn't changed. It's still dropping frames here and there, so you're gonna get buffering. Try lowering your video quality, that might help mitigate it a little bit. But we're basically stuck with it until it goes away. I'm not stopping the stream, I'm not rebooting the stream. Nada. And like I said, I'm doing a local recording at the same time, so assuming that saves just fine, I'll probably end up uploading that separately as well. That way, if anyone wants to watch the archive, it's at least a smooth archive. It's okay, Mike, man. I can look at a walkthrough. I appreciate it, though. I'm not too hard-pressed over it. I mean, feel free to post it in the chat if anybody else is curious. I don't want you to be like, oh no, well, okay, I guess I won't write it then. If anybody else wants to know it, feel free to let them know. I need to focus on getting some health here. Yeah, we've already died once. I don't want to die again if I can avoid it. Sorry, Doom Stash, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Other than we're dropping frames. I mean, feel free to come back later, or watch the archive, or don't watch it all. I mean... So, I apologize. I mean... Can't do anything about it. Wish I could. Yeah, that's just how streaming goes sometimes. So... Actually, I need to come back here. Because I missed the red key. There it is. I thought I grabbed it, but apparently not. Alright, see ya, Garfel... Still have no idea how to pronounce your name, man, but thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. But like right now, we're not... Oh, never mind. Right as I said that, I was going to say we're not getting any drop frames right now, and then it just dropped. So... Indeed it does, Sainwell. Indeed it does. Alright, see you, Larsop. Not muting the soundtrack, nope. So we'll end up getting copyright claims on this one. Figured you guys would probably want to hear the audio. I've done so many streams on, you know, sort of this version and the Saturn version that, that didn't have the audio. Same with the Final Doom PS1 variant. Figured I'd do one with the audio. Yeah, peace out, Doomstash. I mean, like I said, man, can't do anything about it. Just get out of here, man. I understand. You're not offending anybody. Just, it is what it is. And it sucks, because I'm playing freaking Doom, you know, like... And unfortunately, half the stream is going to be people whining about buffering, and so I'm going to end up freaking having to do this whole playthrough again in the future because of that. So... I was hoping this would be like the last time I had to play this game for a while, but... thanks to the buffering, I'll probably have to play it again. You should be offended, Mike. This is 2018. Everyone's got to be offended about something, right? Thanks for the audio. No problem, Raymond. Yeah, I mean, people really enjoy this soundtrack, and I would love to normally let people hear it, but then it gets a copyright claim, or 3, or 5. Let's try that again. Our exit's open now. Yeah, you guys are tired. I'm tired too. I barely slept at all this week. And if I could, I would have bailed out on tonight's stream, or I would have delayed it. Because I have not been sleeping well this week. It's been bad. Alright. But we've been in the green for a couple minutes now, at least. Like I said, hopefully it stays that way. Probably not going to stay that way. You know, I actually didn't know about this secret until just recently. I was just kind of like fumbling around in the PC version. I was like, oh, interesting. Well, the copyright stuff can be avoided. The buffering, sometimes you just don't, you know, you're at the mercy of the servers or your connection. And tonight, it's not my connection, at least not from my end. You know, we already tested that. You can change the weapons while the game is paused. Cool. It's good to know. You'd have to be pretty desperate to have to do that, but it's nice that the option's there. Kind of reminds me of the 32X version as well. It's not really pausing and switching weapons, but you can use the mode key with a 6-button controller, and pressing one of the 6 face buttons will switch you to the weapon you want instantly instead of having to scroll through them. So that's, you know, a trick with the weapon switching that a lot of people don't know about in that version. Yeah, the rain's coming down kind of hard now. I've got my window open actually, and I can hear it pretty well. Okay, I need to be careful here. Something I wanted to talk about earlier in the playthrough is, like, when I play Doom, I always want to take out the hit scan enemies. Hit scan enemies are the guys that, basically, you know, like the shotgunners or chain gunners or zombie soldiers. They don't shoot physical, you know, projectiles. It's just, they hit you, or they see you, they shoot, you get hit. There's no, you know, projectile to dodge. So they're actually the most dangerous enemies when you're low on health. Because even if they're all the way across the map, they can still hit you if you're in their line of sight. Projectile enemies still have to physically shoot. Physical projectile. And it takes a while for that projectile to travel all the way across the screen. So by the time it gets to you, chances are you've already moved. I don't think there's really anything else to get here. So let's go ahead and exit. Well, sort of exit. We still have another fight to do. You know, it's actually kind of nice having the window open, because for one, it's nice and cool without cranking my air conditioning, but two, it's, having the rain bouncing outside kind of makes for, like, a nice bit of added ambience with this game. Alright, so after this, I believe we have a couple of exclusive maps for the console versions. And then I think we move on to the Doom 2 stages. 2 hours and 43 minutes, not too bad actually. Pretty decent timing. It's actually better timing than I thought we were going to do. I thought it was going to be like 4 hours. 4 hours per half. Yeah, so in Ultimate Doom on PC, Thy Flesh Consume, this is where you'd fight the Mastermind on Episode 4. And this is the level I was thinking of earlier when I was thinking, do we fight the Mastermind at the end of, you know, this set of levels? Apparently we don't. The Mastermind would just be chilling right here, so... But it's not here anymore. Well, yeah, Mike, I mean, there are a lot of different reasons I really like Doom. Monster infighting is one of them. I mean, and that goes sort of in line with the gameplay. You know, the gameplay is, it's very, very good. You know, the enemy balance is very good. The way your, you know, the collision detection works and things like that on the enemies works very well. You've got extra layers of strategy with the monster infighting. It's just fantastic. This is the map where you access the hidden map. I'm actually looking forward to the Doom 2 stages because there are a lot more, like, bigger enemies to kill. So, you know, at this point in the playthrough, I start to get a little worn out because I'm just still killing the same imps and zombie soldiers and whatnot with the regular shotgun. You know, like, when I play Doom WADs on the PC, like Mega WADs, I like it when they start to mix things up later on in the WAD. Not as far as, like, exploration's concerned and stuff like that. I'm not a huge fan of that. But, like, greater groups of enemies, you know, greater focus on bigger enemies. Stuff that requires or is more reliant on, like, the rocket launcher. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? There we go. More slaughter-like scenarios, so like huge enemy counts. Not really, Scouts. But I've been playing Doom since, you know, not too long after it came out, so... I am not a 21st century dude. But if you're a young kid, if you're a teen, or, you know, you're just young in general, you didn't experience Doom back in the day, yeah, I highly recommend going back to this game. Yeah, and I can see that no reason. I mean, that's one reason I've been playing as much Doom lately as I have. It's not because, like, I'm playing the base PC version or the console versions over and over. It's I'm playing you know, modded content and, you know, new maps and stuff like that. So yeah, that keeps it alive for sure. You still got to get together a group of maps, man, that you've made that I can play. That I can play on stream. That'll be a fun stream. Oh, DoomWad stands for where's all the data, and it's where most of you know, a Doom map's assets are located. So on PC Doom, you can download DoomWads, which is, you know, you download new maps through that, or you download new DoomWads, which are generally maps. They can be mods, you know, actual game modifiers, but usually they're maps, and you just run them with, you know, Doom. And so you can play almost an infinite amount of new content. Places like Doom World are great sources for that content. It's all free. What the hell? It's like all those enemies came out, I felt like I got stuck on something. Thought I was gonna die there. Yeah, I'm getting a little brain dead right now myself, actually, because, like I said, I'm super tired. We still have a long way to go in this playthrough as well. Not quite ready to release them yet. Okay. You put some screenshots of some maps on Doom World. Really? Okay. You'll have to link me that that thread. Whatever thread you posted them in. Classic Doom complete on PS3. I need to buy that, actually. Thanks for the reminder. So I'm gonna try to kill all these enemies first before I do anything here. Well, I mean, if you link them here, no reason. Well, it's not going to actually let you link them right away. But I think I can still view the link if you post it here. And then I can just pull it up in a tab just so I can look at it after the stream's over. You know what I mean? You had slowdown on Doom 3 Classic? I thought it was confirmed a while ago, Leo. They announced it a long time ago. I've been waiting for like a release date on it. Has anything been said about the supposed release? Because I definitely want to buy Strikers 3. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Leo, in case you haven't been lurking for the last who knows how long. Knowing you, you probably have. Icon of Sin gives everybody trouble the first time. I mean, not even just the first time, but, you know, it'll continually give people trouble. I mean, especially on a controller like that. I mean, it's a little bit tougher to be accurate. The Xbox 360 version is basically a straight port of the PC game, with a couple of just very, very minor alterations, like the pills on the med kits instead of the crosses. Well, I mean, do you have access to Doom on other platforms? Like, do you already have it on Xbox 360, or do you have it on PC? If you answered yes to any of those questions, there's not a lot of reason to get it on PS3 unless you just want it on PS3, or you want Final Doom, and I think it's also got master levels on it. I mean, Doom Classic Complete on PS3 is basically just, it's like the 360 versions where it's, you know, it's a port of the PC game. Alright, I've got to be missing something here, like a switch or something. A switch that I can probably barely see. Oh, never mind. I just... that was a waste of the invulnerability sphere. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of these new maps. And I understand why they put them in here. I guess it was just for padding. But, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, they're okay, but... at this point in the game, I just kind of wish it would end and just let me go to Doom 2. It's nothing particularly challenging, just kind of more of the same. A little dark, so it can be a little confusing sometimes. Okay, let me get out of here. Jesus Christ, come on. I'm like, you're not that hard, and I get down to 2% health. Oh well. Yeah, Leo, I'm hoping that Bethesda will, you know, commission id to sort of do another port of classic Doom to modern consoles. You know, have an updated port, have it run at 60 frames a second instead of the original, you know, 35 or whatever. Also, one of the issues with the 360 version, and I'm not sure if this is the same in the PS3 one, is that the music is actually pitched incorrectly in the 360 one. And same with a lot of the sound effects, actually. So I'd like it to where they get, you know, they have another updated conversion that's basically identical to the PC ones. In terms of like sound compatibility and stuff like that. But I'd like to see an improved frame rate. Obviously, you know, 1080p and 4K resolutions would be nice. Alright, let's see. So far, it sounds like a good deal. Well, I mean, like I said, if you don't own any of the other versions, then yeah, it is a good deal. But if you already owned other versions, you know, you're spending money on something you already have, for the most part. I mean, to people just getting into Doom, I recommend playing on a computer. Keyboard and mouse is the way to go. You've got greater flexibility by using source ports like GZ Doom. And you just buy the game on Steam or GOG, it's going to cost you the same. And then you just use a source port. You can play it in higher resolutions, better frame rates, more controller config options, better graphic options. It's a whole lot more flexibility. But yeah, if you're only a console gamer, you only play it on console, then yeah, I mean, Doom Classic Complete on PS3 is a great deal. Also, the Xbox 360 versions of Doom 1 and Doom 2, you know, those are still available as well. And those are on Xbox One as well. I think Doom Classic Complete is a better deal on PS3 because you also get Final Doom. And I believe the Master levels. Do you get no rest for the living on Doom 2? Anybody out there? Do you guys know? I don't remember. Well, yeah, No Rest for the Living was originally in the 360 Doom 2. It was made for that version of Doom 2. But But yeah, it was included in the BFG edition. So one thing you can do with paint elementals is sit right in front of them, and they can't spit out any lost souls if you do that. Nice little trick to know. If you ever see a paint elemental, just get right in its face, and then back off when you destroy it. Yes, we are still playing it. And we're going to be playing it for a while longer. We're only about halfway through the game. An all-nighter? We're almost done with the Ultimate Doom. And we're 3 hours in. We're not even 3 hours in on gameplay. We're probably about 2 hours and 50 minutes on gameplay. So, you know, there's the potential we'll have the whole thing wrapped up around the 7-hour mark. Obviously, depending on if I die again. Yeah, these new exclusive levels are just a little tedious. They're just slow. They kind of drag on. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and hop across this set of platforms. So the paint elemental is just an overcooked cacodemon. Does the PS1 version have less levels? No, it's, well, I mean, it depends. It's got 60 some odd maps total, I believe. The amount of maps in Ultimate Doom, I think, are about the same as the amount of maps in PC Ultimate Doom. But quite a few of the maps are different. Like, some of the maps were chopped out. Others were put in their place. So, like, this is one of the maps that was added as a replacement to other Ultimate Doom maps. Mike says 59, including the secret maps. Okay, not quite as many as I thought. I thought it was at least 60. Yeah, so it sounds like they are outside of, you know, certain maps being replaced with new ones. Sounds like they're missing a couple at the same time on top of that. I need to come back here. We have the red key now. Let's open up this door. Well, the Saturn... yeah, the Saturn version actually has a lot of false advertising. For one, it doesn't even use the actual Saturn game for its screenshots. It rips screenshots from, I think, Final Doom on PC. Two, it says it has System Link play, or head-to-head play. It doesn't. At least the North American version doesn't. The European and Japanese versions do, actually. Yeah, there's a whole lot wrong with that box. It's just like one big joke. Is the Saturn version planned in '97? I don't know. It was released in '97, so that would have been in some pretty quick development time if it was planned in '97. And then again, this was the '90s. Some games were ported pretty quickly back then. Yeah, I really have no idea. There we go. Yeah, actually I think this is the last level for the Ultimate Doom portion. Did I like the new Doom? Yes, I did. I loved it. And I will be picking up the next one. Absolutely. And there we go. Yay. You can tell I'm just kind of like, I'm done. There we go. I'm gonna go take like a 5-minute break, guys. Grab a snack.
To evacuate Earth and escape the nightmare. But then Earth Control pinpoints the source of the alien invasion, and you are their only hope. You painfully get up and return to the fray.
All right. All right, so on to Doom 2. We're just gonna chainsaw our way through this first level. Maybe you wanna... Miss Camille, hey, how's it going? Yes, we're about 3.5 hours in. It's actually not too bad, especially after taking a break and probably taking about 10 or 15 minutes just to start up the stream. Well, a misconception of the 3DO is that it was always expensive, and that's actually not the case. It was only super expensive for like a year, and then it dropped to basically the same price as, you know, the PS1. And then it went even cheaper not too longer after that. But yes, in the very beginning, the 3DO was very, very expensive, which was definitely, undoubtedly a reason why it didn't do too well. Which is a shame, because it was really good hardware for the time. Had some cool software on it. This stream just popped up on your YouTube feed, right on. Well, thank you, YouTube, for recommending my stream to other people. And thanks to everyone that's, you know, given the video a thumbs up or interacted in the chat. All that stuff helps my video appear on search results and suggested feeds and things like that. So thank you guys for that. So guess what we're gonna get, guys? Can you guess? No spoilers, Carlos. It's a super shotgun! Whew. It only took us like 30 maps to get it. I know, I could have gotten it in that hidden map. I'm not gonna worry about it. Carlos like, oh, you could have just cheated, you know? Jeez. Alright, let's kill some of these guys. There's a secret up there with some mega armor. Should be mega armor. Yep. So we got the red key. Open up this red door. Flip that switch. Kill some more bad guys. Ah, I'm just ripping right through these guys now. It feels so good. Yeah, the super shotgun's a very satisfying weapon. Especially if you've been playing, you know, for like 3 hours with just the regular shotgun. It is not. Most of the weapon sound effects have changed in this version. The super shotgun reload sound is the same, but the firing sound is different. Hey, no problem, Branch. Thanks for lurking, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Okay, no reason. Right on. Nope, I'm playing on an original PlayStation. We're going into an upscaler, which is then running into a capture card. So we are not using emulation. Alright, so there's actually a secret over here we can get. Just come over here, sort of strafe run. And that's it. Now we just come back up here. And this is towards our exit. I'm just gonna skip those enemies. And there we go. Thoughts on the PS1 Classic? It's a thing. Hopefully it's a good thing. Yeah, I don't want to fill up my TV screen. That stretches the image and it doesn't look good in my eyes. Which is why you guys don't see me doing that on my videos. And I definitely don't want to smooth it out. I like razor sharp pixels. I did, Sane. Yes. Kind of curious what that's gonna be like. And I'll definitely have to buy that right when it comes out. I'm already doing Rondo at the end of October, Leo. Actually, not even the end of October. It'll probably be before that. But I won't be doing the PS4 version. Is it coming out even by then? October 26th. I like the linear Castlevanias more. They're the ones I play more often. They, they're much less of a time commitment. They require more skill. But I still love the Metroidvanias too. I binged out on them occasionally. But I can't just play them over and over again like I can the linear ones. Yes, I did a PlayStation Final Doom live stream a couple months ago. So the archive is available for that. Just check out my Doom playlist. I have a Doom playlist that has all my Doom videos in one playlist. I already did Sanewell. It's called Castlevania Chronicles. I did multiple playthroughs. Sure, I'd love to do the actual X68000 one, but from what I can tell, there's not really much of a difference between the two. And it's going to take me having to get real X68000 hardware to do that, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. Unfortunately. Yep, I have the X68000 game. Doesn't mean I can play it. Because I don't have an X68000. The plan was to get one this year, and then all sorts of money issues happened, and so that's not gonna happen now. So I have a nice, pretty, expensive Castlevania game to sit on my shelf. I guess I can gawk at. That's about it. Maybe show it off on stream once every now and then. Be like, "Woo! Look at this! Look what I have!" That's about it. Indeed, it was an awesome system. It still is an awesome system. Alright, see you, Lara Croft. Take care, thanks for stopping in. Best of luck on that Doom Classic Complete, if you decide to pick it up. A gawk through. I like that, man. Oh, man. Alright, so you can actually hop behind this. Just like that. Get some cells. We're gonna skip the pinkies on the other side. Never mind, they found me. Right, let's go back and get some health. I know there's leftover health. Oh man, sorry to hear that. Yeah, yeah, I'm just hoping things don't get to the point where I have to sell consoles again. That's my absolute last resort. I already sold my pinball machines, which really sucked badly. And I sold a lot of my games. I don't have that many games anymore. I mean, I still have games, but I just don't have nearly as many as I used to. Especially not expensive games. But I figure as long as I got the original hardware and I've got the means to play games like flash carts and whatnot, then I'm okay. Yeah, and the Jag is a shame because, like, I can't believe they've gone up in price so much. I mean, $150 to $200 for like a bare used console. Maybe a couple of games. And if you want a complete in-box one, it's way more. It's pretty absurd. I mean, I like the Jag a lot, but it's not even that great of a system. You know, not for the price. I used to be able to recommend the Jag all day back when it was like a $50 console. But now that it's a couple $100 console, it's like... I always tell people, like, you know, it's got fun games on it, but you might want to look into something else for the price. Like, I'm always thinking of, like, price to value ratio, I guess. And you get much better value out of your money with other consoles that are the same price. The PC Engine, or the Neo Geo CD, or something like that. Alright, see you, Raymond. Take care. I will try. I will try. But thank you for the kind words. Yeah, no, I don't think the Jaguar is a bad console. I like it a lot, you know. But will I recommend it to people for current day prices? Hell no. I mean, Saturn's a great example. Like, a Saturn is like $100 for the console. If you look in the right places, you can probably actually get one cheaper. So, I mean, especially if you're looking Japanese. Oh maybe not Japanese. Japanese is probably always at least 100. And you can still get cheap games on Saturn. You've got cheap imports that are good. There's still some sort of like hidden gem, you know, US titles that are still relatively cheap. Even some quality US titles that are cheap. Like a lot of the, like the games in the 3-pack, those are all dirt cheap. Virtua Cop, Daytona, Virtua Fighter 2. It's much easier to recommend the Saturn. Even with Saturn's like hugely inflated prices on its more desirable games, there's still a lot of great, not expensive games on it that make it a much, much better recommendation than a Jaguar. Like I said, if the Jag was still $50 and the games were more reasonably priced, I would recommend it all day. You know, I think it's a good console, but just not for the money. Not for the money nowadays. And it, you know, it seems like prices are just going to keep going up too, which is absurd. Yep, Nights in the Dreams is cheap, actually. Again, especially the Japanese version. Yeah, you can get a pseudo Saturn, but I'm also thinking for people that don't want to mess around with stuff like that. They just want to, you know, they want the convenience. But yeah, pseudo Saturn is a good option if you don't mind burning CDRs. You know, that's a time-consuming process. Yeah, hopping into that window area is kind of a pain. Alright, you know what? Get out of here, imp. It's especially a pain in this version. If I had $200, what console would I spend it on? Well, I mean, that would depend on what I already had. So it's kind of an open-ended question, liberal arts guy. Me, if I had $200, I wouldn't be able to buy a console because I already have everything that's in that range. Seriously, I'd have to take that money and save it for something else, or take that money and use it to mod like an existing console I already have. Man, I really want that secret because it's got a Megasphere in it. It's, you know, it's good stuff. This is really annoying to get. It's really easy to do it in the PC version. Not this one. There we go. Jeez, man. See? Megasphere. Bam. PS3 for $150. I don't know, man. I like my PS3 that I got for $60. Just saying. So, alright, so say... So you ask, like, what would I spend... I only have $200 to spend. Well, that's an easy one. So, what I tell people is, assuming they don't already have the popular consoles, your Super Nintendo, your Genesis, your NES, you know, your PS1, stuff like that, PS2, because it plays PS1 games. What more obscure consoles would you get? Well, I would start with something like, I'd start with something like a PC Engine, a a PC Engine Duo specifically. You can get those for under 200 bucks. You will have to get it repaired, but you can get it repaired relatively cheap. I just had mine repaired a few weeks back. There are good, reputable people you can send it to online. They charge fair rates. They're honest. They do good work. I sent mine to Keith Courage, who did a great job on it. But yes, I would do that. A Neo Geo CD. You know, we're speaking strictly like obscure stuff at this point. Or maybe slightly less obscure, Sega CD. I think Sega CD is awesome. And this is assuming as well that they already have a Saturn. If they didn't get a Saturn already, then Saturn has to be on that list. Dreamcast is a must-buy. Tons of great software in that thing. Yeah, so if all my stuff got stolen and I only had $200 to spend, I would buy the popular consoles first. So, I mean, those have the best games on them. I don't really care who you are and what your favorite is. I mean, you're wrong. The popular consoles have the best games. It doesn't matter what era it is. So for 32-bit era, PlayStation's got the best games. It's got the best overall library. Greatest amount of variety, you know. Super Nintendo and Genesis era, it's kind of a mix. I recommend just having both. Super Nintendo and Genesis. 8-bit era, NES. It's got the greatest variety. I know there are Master System fanboys out there, but it is what it is, you know? So if I had 200 bucks to spend, I'd get the popular consoles again. They're the cheapest, they're the most affordable, they're the most common, they're the easiest to get in good working order. And then after that, I would definitely recommend stuff like Sega Saturn, Sega CD, PC Engine Duo. If you want to dive into Neo Geo, the Neo Geo CD is a great way to start because it's affordable. You know, $150, I think, shipped for a good working console. And then you could just use CDRs to play the games. Atari 7800, stuff like that. I ask people, like, okay, what are your tastes in games? If someone's like, I love early 80s gaming, I'm like, get a 7800, right? Anybody else, I don't recommend it over the competition. It's either NES or Master System. You know. Because there's no sense in recommending a 7800. It has a very small library. Like, why would you recommend a console that's only got 50 games, which I don't even think it has that, as opposed to a console that has, like, 1,000? So much more to choose from, so much more variety, so much... Like, I think you could probably look at the NES, and it probably has more quote-unquote AAA titles across varying genres than the Atari 7800 even has as its entire library. So there's just no logical sense for me to recommend something like an Atari 7800. That's something to get into, I think, if you're really into games, you're really into the various areas of games, like I was, and you want to experience everything. If you just want a really good time with a wide variety of software and genres, which you're not going to get much of on the 7800, then get something that's popular. You know, that goes for a lot of different platforms too. A lot of different platforms, you know. I'm not going to recommend them over the popular systems just because they're, you know, novel and unique. But I do know people that are pretty much, they live in the early 80s. Those are the types of games they want. Just like the types of games I want are late 80s and all through the 90s. You know, that's my era that I still gravitate towards. But if someone came up to me and was like, I don't want to experiment with new types of games, I really like the stuff from the early 80s, then I'd be like 7800. It's got a lot of those arcade ports. Those arcade ports are pretty solid. If they wanted to try to dabble in, you know, NES and Master System era style games, it has a few of them. They're not great in comparison to what's on the competing platforms, but they're there. Sort of. Yeah, the thing about... So, the 7800 does play 2600 games, and that's a great, great feature, but I do find that I feel like I'm getting a better feeling from playing 2600 games on an actual 2600, you know. The difficulty switches, you know, they just feel normal. They're not these little tiny switches in the front of the console. It just feels more natural to me. But if you don't want to have an original 2600, although original 2600s are super cheap now, like, there are guys on Atari Age even selling AV modded ones for like $35. I mean, that's, you can't beat that. Like, someone's going through the trouble of modding the damn console, and it still just costs $35. It's crazy. It's like... So, now is like probably no better time, there's no better time than really now to get into the 2600. I mean, the options are great. So, like, for some people, I'd even recommend, you know, if you're really into that era, have both. Have a 7800 and a 2600. You know, you'll get that classic feel with the 2600. AV modded consoles are not expensive. Hey, Executioner, I didn't see you out there, man. Yeah, Food Fight's a great game. I like that game a lot. But again, you know, it's an early 80s arcade game. You know, so I like the game a lot, but a lot of other players, you know, like the game a lot. There's a very distinct feeling between, like, early 80s style arcade gaming and, you know, late 80s console-centric releases. You know, I'm talking like Robotron and Joust and Asteroids versus Castlevania and Mega Man and Super Mario Brothers. So it's quite a difference in the game types. We're gonna let this Cyber Demon kill these guys. You have an Atari XEGS, you regret the purchase. Or the XEGS is great if you want, you know, 5200 style gaming, or Atari 8-bit style gaming. You know, it's got a bigger library than the actual 5200, but a lot of the ports are very similar. Here you go, Carlos. There's your second Cyber. Although he's really dumb, he's not turning around to attack those guys. Alright, he's dead. Yeah, no, Food Fight's a great pick up and play kind of game. I like it. It's great. But yeah, I haven't been reading the chat because I've been focusing on the game, but yeah, my thing is I don't have problems with people having personal favorites, you know. Someone can be like, the Atari 7800 is my favorite system of all time. Great. But I kind of come from the perspective of, you know, working in game stores and things like that. Like, if someone asks me, what console should I buy, I try to get their experience level, I try to get what their tastes are, and I recommend based on that. You know, I'm not the kind of guy that's gonna be like, you should get a 7800 because it's my favorite console of all time. Like, that's bad advice. Like, bad advice. I do have a personal tendency of trying to lean people into my direction sometimes. But based around their tastes. I think, like, okay, how far can I get into, like, recommending them stuff I like a lot. Ooh, that was close. So that gap there, if you fail it, you have to do the whole level over again. It sucks. But I think, okay, how close to my taste can I get them so they can experience something new, but hopefully have it be close enough to what they like to where, like, they'll actually really enjoy it. And that's always a satisfying feeling, being like the tastemaker, basically. Trying to get people into new things. But realistically, like, if I'm going to recommend something, you know, like what Liberal Arts guy asked, you know, if I had X amount of money to buy in a console, if I had to recommend someone a console to buy with X amount of money, if they didn't have many of the popular consoles, I'd be like, get those systems first. Like, because they got the most timeless libraries. And, like, don't even start looking into the obscure stuff until, like, you've gotten comfortable with, you know, the mainstream stuff. You know, a lot of stuff back in the day was popular for a good reason. It wasn't just because it was popular, it was because the games were damn good. Yeah, so experience that. Figure out what your tastes are like, then start experimenting with more obscure platforms. But that's, you know, one of the things that's really fun about the video game hobby, the retro game hobby in particular, is that, I mean, there will never be a time where you can't discover new games. Like, especially if you're actually playing the games. You know, you're not just collecting them and putting them on a shelf and whatnot. There's an endless supply of video games throughout all the eras. I mean, for a lot of it, for me, it's been there, done that, but there is still so much for even, like, me to discover. Especially when it comes to actually playing the games. Like, I actually know about a ton of games, but having actually gotten far into many of them, or having finished many of them, or, you know, really actually just put a lot of time into many of them, that's a different story. So, you know, I've been around the block per se, but there's still a lot for me to still a lot for me to learn. Alright, let's kill some enemies, then I'll look at the chat. A bunch of enemies over here. Alright, let's come back here. All right. You see, Samuel and Bella and Taurus, you say PS3 is great, get it and download what you can before Sony closes the PS3 store. See, that's a reason for me to recommend people not to download stuff on it. Like, I wouldn't feel comfortable recommending people to go buy a bunch of digital stuff that could be toast in the future. And I'm not willing to support an ecosystem like that. I like how Microsoft is doing it, where they're making an effort to make as many games backwards compatible as possible, so your purchases are future proof. And the great thing about 360, the way they're doing it, is that it's mostly software emulation. So like this is something that they can carry over from platform to platform. You know, whenever the next revision of the Xbox One comes out, or Xbox 5 or whatever they want to call it, like chances are those games will be cross compatible, you know, the Xbox 360 emulation. So my purchases will continue to be useful. Sony's not doing that. So so my answer to that is I would wait until the PS3 is easily hackable and then just go grab whatever you want. What is my favorite console? I don't really have a specific favorite. Yeah, hard to name a very specific favorite. NES, Super Nintendo, Genesis, PlayStation, Saturn, Dreamcast. Yeah, I don't have a particular favorite. Leo says 7800 is just shy of 65 games. And then there's homebrew as well, so it's probably closer to 100 now, right? Yeah, probably the biggest reason for me to recommend a 7800 these days is not for its base library, but for the homebrews. If you're into that early 80s era of arcade games, most of its homebrews are ports of games from that era, so it's really good for that. But again, it doesn't have that, like, sort of mainstream mass appeal. A lot of people don't like that era of gaming anymore, which is a shame. Because it's, you know, without that era of gaming, we wouldn't have gaming as we know it today. Why did it take so long to make Doom 3? Because they were busy making Quake. I mean, Quake became their baby for a while. Quake 1, 2, and 3. If it's been flashed with custom firmware, so you can keep and restore delisted games. Nice. I have played Snatcher on Sega CD, just a little bit. I haven't beaten it, but Duke Nukem 3D. I like it. Yes, I have thought of playing it. I actually played through the first episode on Twitch a few weeks ago. So once I get through the whole game again, then we'll probably do a YouTube stream. Well, I know, Leo, that's the case with just about any console that you download games to. But what happens when your console dies? You lose those games. Now, you should be able to download them. You should be able to log into PSN and re-download them. You know, that functionality is still there, even for PSP. But will that functionality always be there? Sony's got this thing where you can only have so many consoles linked or active to your account at once. So say I've got, a Vita and a PlayStation 4, and those are my primary accounts. And then I want to download games to my PS3. Well, I have to deactivate one of the... It's just a pain in the ass. I don't recommend it. You're having to jump through hoops. You're getting these guys money already, and you're having to jump through hoops. Don't support it, is what I'm saying. Support the companies that make it easy on you. Don't support the companies that, treat you as the criminal. Well, if you don't already own delisted games, Leo, you can't get them. So the only way to get them is to pirate them, basically, with custom firmware. Right on, Santi. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Well, I'm seeing restore, quote unquote, Leo, as I don't own them, and I would like to buy them, but they're not giving me the option to buy them, so I'm going to download them via custom firmware. And download them and then run them via custom firmware. So, quote unquote, restore. I'm going to restore my ability to even get them in the first place. I didn't read it as that, Leo, sorry. You might have read it like that. I didn't read it like that. Yeah, I do have Daytona USA on Xbox. It's a great port. Yeah, it's another one of those ones that's backwards compatible on Xbox One. And it looks great, actually. It still looks and runs great. Congratulations, D. I'm gonna assume you probably didn't enjoy it all that much. But, yeah, I did a Let's Play on that a few weeks ago. The eye sockets on those imps look really creepy in this dark room. The imps have red eyes, but in this room they look like they're black. Yeah, that's one of the toughest parts in the game, without a doubt. I mean, it's just a crapshoot. It's just completely... Their movements are completely random. So, it's just... You just have to keep trying. You just keep reloading your game over and over. Oh, nice. You found my Doom 64 EX playthrough. Awesome. Well, thanks for checking that out. We do a lot of Doom on this channel. It's not the only thing I do, and I don't want people that have been around my channel for a while to think that's all I'm going to do in the future, but Doom is one of my favorite games of all time, and this is my channel, and I'm not a big channel. You know, I still want to do stuff that I really want to play. So Doom is something I want to play a lot, you know. People on Twitch know that. I play Doom a lot over on Twitch. But yeah, if you like Doom, there will be plenty more Doom here. That would be fun to do, Leo, but I need Xbox Live, you know. And I don't really intend on investing in Xbox Live anytime soon. I know we've gone over this before. Like I said, I'd like to, but I just don't really feel like shelling out the money for Xbox Live. And I haven't really seen any great deals on it recently either, like $30 codes or anything like that. But I do have Nintendo Switch Online. You know, I could justify getting that for the 20 bucks because it seems like everyone I know has a Switch, whereas not everyone I know has an Xbox One. And you get the Nintendo emulator with it too. So I thought, like, okay, 20 bucks, I'll try it. But like 60 for Xbox Live? The other thing on Microsoft's end is that as long as you're on an Xbox One, you've already got cloud saves. So it's like, you know, Nintendo's platform, you have to pay for that. On Microsoft, you already get it. You actually don't get it on 360. You can, I think you can back up to the cloud on 360, but you can't retrieve it on 360 without Xbox Live. Actually, I think it's the other way around. I think you can retrieve it from the cloud on 360, but you can't upload it to the cloud on 360 without Xbox Live. Without Xbox Live Gold. Because when I got, when I was doing my original 360 Dark Souls stream, I had transferred my Xbox One backwards compatible data to my 360, and I couldn't transfer it back to the cloud because I wanted to re-access it on my Xbox One again. Couldn't because I don't have Xbox Live Gold. that kind of like, I was kind of miffed about that. I was like, I wish I knew this before I transferred the data over, because I effectively ended up losing that data on my Xbox One version, which is kind of redundant now because if I'm going to play Dark Souls, I'll play the remastered version, but this was well before that came out. Well, I think the issue with Sega Rally is like the issue with Outrun and whatnot. It's, you know, Sega Rally, there are licenses involved. You know, so they'd have to go through and change out all the cars to unlicensed cars. And that's the sort of thing that can be seen as maybe too much work for them. I don't know. But yeah, I'd love to have a modern version of Sega Rally, you know, modern arcade port or something like that. I'd love to have the actual arcade version on console. I know there's basically a version in Japan on PS2, but it's not super cheap these days. Yeah, we're just gonna skip these guys like I always do. I don't know, I've seen videos of Daytona 3. I think it looks pretty solid. Any way of getting Street Fighter 1 on PS1? There is not. No. Let's see. And Charles Riley, welcome back, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, even if the new Daytona is not as good as the old ones, I'd still love to see it ported. I think, based on what the arcade footage I've seen, it looks all right. I would buy it. Well, the thing about Virtua Racing is there aren't any licenses involved. That's just all Sega. Daytona, Sega obviously currently has the Daytona license, but that won't be forever, as history has shown. Give this man some 24-hour trials. No, I don't want 24-hour trials, man. Because then we have to, like, schedule it and hope that my trial's good on the day that we stream. I'd rather just get the full year. Alien Trilogy live stream. Yeah, maybe eventually. I actually had the Saturn version. I ended up selling it to Solid Nate when I was downsizing my collection a few months back because of money issues. So I had a chance to do it, but I lost that chance when I got rid of it. Yeah, I know, Executioner, but you also know that I don't like going through all that hacked nonsense, and you like spending your time doing that stuff. I don't. I'm too busy streaming for you guys. I want an easily purchasable package for a modern console. I don't want to spend time dicking around downloading pirated versions of the game to play on a PC that's not even really built for it. You know what I mean? You can do that, Executioner. And if we ever meet in person, maybe I can play your setup. But me, I'm just going to continue what I'm doing here. Yeah, Sega Super GT would be nice to have too. I agree. Yeah, that's another good point too, Charles. And if you want them to feel the best, they require kind of like crazy setup. You need to get like a steering wheel set up and whatnot. And I don't have the setup or space for something like that. I would need a dedicated like rig for that, and you know, to make it the most comfortable. But I mean, of course, you know, when I play them on consoles, I'm not trying to get that true arcade experience. I'm just playing them with an analog controller. But I'm also playing them on like a 50-inch TV as opposed to like a 22-inch monitor. So there's also that. That's a big difference for me too. Having nice, compact console versions also makes them really easy to stream, which is great for someone like me. Even with the talking, I'd say we're still making decent progress on this game. You know, I've been sort of stopping and talking a little more often on this playthrough than the Ultimate Doom playthrough. He goes, over me, we get the same Genesis games over and over again. Yeah. Sega is milking that cow until it's long dry. I mean, I'm glad those games are continually available, but when that's like the main focus, you know, as someone that's been around since the console was brand new, it gets a little tiring, to say the least. Hey, there are the goggles. That you're seeing there on the Doom 2 side, not the Doom 1 side. You know, I understand they just basically use the Jaguar maps for, you know, the Ultimate Doom side, but I kind of wish they went through and modified them further. That way we would have gotten things like the radiation goggles in the Ultimate Doom side. A new Heretic and Hexen. Yeah, I don't see why it couldn't work. Well, I don't know. The problem is, like, old school style first-person shooters seem to be like a very niche thing. I mean, it's a healthy niche. And you can sort of get by with it going like the Doom 2016 route. The Doom name has a lot more clout than Heretic or Hexen ever did. So that helps. But if you made a new Heretic, could you make it like Doom 2016 where it's just straightforward? I don't know if you could. And still keep the feeling of the original game. Hexen, on the other hand, is a little bit different because it's non-linear. Sort of. But its core gameplay was still traditional run and gun. Maybe you couldn't do a new one. You know, maybe like it just wouldn't work. Unless it was one of those niche, like, indie developed efforts and targeted towards the old school FPS community. You know, kind of like Dusk or a Medieval. I mean, those are straightforward run and guns. They're not like non-linear games. But a Medieval at least has the Heretic and Hexen style, like more medieval themed thing going for it. Although it is designed to look a little more like the original Quake era of games. As long as the Sparrow's a little bit easier. I can get behind that, Carlos. Screw Disparrow. Although then, since you made the comparison earlier, screw Serious Sam even more. Hey Joseph, the controls are good. It controls well. There's no analog support in this game. You basically just use the D-pad to move around, L1 and R1 to strafe left and right. Which that is a nice step up over like the 32X or Jaguar versions. Square runs, triangle shoots, circle opens. And you cycle through weapons up and down with the rear shoulder keys. Yeah, so it actually works out really well. Alright, so we pretty much have everything we need to. So we can actually open that and teleport through. This is a secret. And no Cyber Demon. Go figure. There's just Cyber there in the PC version. Which kind of makes this invulnerability sphere redundant. And this one. There are 2 invulnerability spheres. Neither of which you really need. Because there's no Cyber Demon. Ugh. Alright, let me shut my window. Ugh. Well, I mean, the Cyber Demon is in this. He's just not in that level. But yes, there are no Archviles in this, unfortunately. Not thankfully, unfortunately, Carlos. Carlos needs to get good. No, the Cyber Demon is in this game, saying Mobalinosaurus. He's just not in that section like he normally was. There are a lot of alterations like that in this game. Why was he not there though? I have no idea. It's probably to make it a little more fair in the player, since you don't have quick saves in this game. There is a PS1 port of Hexen, and it is not very good. So that would normally be our introduction to the Archvile. But since there aren't any Archviles, we just get another Arachnotron. Hey, Dasan, what's going on? I'm just going to try to take care of some of these guys first. Yeah, I don't think I'd buy that, Carlos. The guys that were making Final Doom were working on getting the Archvile in there. There were even mock-ups, not even mock-ups, there were screenshots of, you know, the Archvile being implemented. It was axed for one reason or another. I don't know, I just find it kind of hard to believe that it couldn't handle doing the Archvile. And it just doesn't seem like the Archvile AI is all that complex. I mean, it's John Romero. John Romero knows his crap. I mean, he's freaking John Romero, so I'll give John Romero the benefit of the doubt because he's John Romero. Anybody else, I'd be a little suspicious. N64 Hexen is quite solid, Dasan, actually. It's quite solid. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, so there's the invulnerability sphere here, but unfortunately there's not really anything I can do with it. 'Cause I can't hop over to that platform easily. Good old infinite height. Curious if you're a fan or ever played Descent. Yes, I like Descent. Never got very far in the original game, but I did enjoy it quite a bit. That's one of those games, those old MS-DOS games I really want to try to buckle down and finish one day. I actually own a big box copy on PC, and I have the PlayStation version on, well, obviously PlayStation. Well, one of these days I want to get it running on my Pentium PC from the 90s and try to run through it on that. Unless, like, there's a good source port available, but I don't think there is. I don't think there are any Descent source ports. Maybe I'm wrong, but if somebody knows, let me know. I mean, if there's a source port, actually, I'd rather probably just play it on that. As far as Hexen goes, Saturn Hexen's actually okay. Solid Nate actually did a playthrough of that on his channel a few months ago. And I didn't remember the game being all that bad when I played it back in the day. And watching his stream of it, yeah, it looks like it's still quite playable on Saturn. But PlayStation, on the other hand, whew, yeah. That was actually one of those few instances where the Saturn version was actually better than the PS1 version. The Archvile's movements and frames. Really? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess technically he does have more frames of animation than other characters because he's got his regular movement, which is like, you know, what, 4 different directions depending on the way like you're facing. Or maybe more, maybe it's 8, I don't remember. And then he's got his, you know, he's got his pose where his hands are up in the air. You've got to, you know, draw that from multiple angles. And he's got his pose where he's actually attacking the enemies. You got to draw that from multiple angles. So, yeah, maybe there were just more frames of animation required for the Archvile compared to other enemies. And maybe that's why he says that. And that would make sense to me. Every other enemy in the game, though, except for actually the, every other enemy except for the, Revenant, they basically just have a walking animation and then a firing animation, and that's it. The Revenant has an actual melee animation, and the melee animation is different from their firing animation, so that could be a reason why the Revenants run so slow in this version. I don't know. Just theorizing. Ooh, there's supposed to be chain gunners in there. Or a chain gunner. D2XL being the main one. Really, Gary? Dude, thanks for the heads up on that. I need to try that ASAP. I played Daikatana to any great extent. Not a great extent. The PC version, I got to... I think the second set of areas in the game. I got to the point where you get the AI, and the AI sucks. And then you get to, you know, some kind of like... almost like ancient Greece looking era. And I think that's as far as I got. Not very far into the game. Really want to like that game, but it's got some major issues. There are parts to Daikatana that are legitimately bad. Like, the AI is just atrocious in that game. And that's a problem. The big problem with the AI being atrocious, and I mean your team AI. The enemy AI is just like, you know, a lot of other FPSs. Team AI, they're dumb as a box of rocks. And if they die, you get a game over. And they die, and they die, and they die, and they die. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. That was my experience with it anyway, a long time ago, back when the game was still relatively current. Alright, there's a secret I'm just gonna skip. We're just gonna come straight down here. Oop, not straight down here, wrong one. Pretty much destroyed John Romero's career? No. John Romero kept working. He kept working. John Romero's still around too. He's still doing stuff. Yeah, I mean, people could say, it destroyed his career, as in, like, oh my god, he's not this, like, pop rock star kind of video game designer anymore. Like, whoop-de-doo. No, he went on to form several other companies after that. He worked with Midway for a while. He currently has a game company, and his son made a game that they published under his company. Well, it's kind of hard to reach the same heights as in Doom. Very few even ever get to that point, Sane will. So it's kind of like a moot conversation, you know? It's like, oh darn, he was never as popular as he was when he made, or when he worked on Doom. He didn't, quote-unquote, make Doom. He was one of the creators on Doom. One of the creators of Doom, not the creator, as he's often quoted as. But, yeah, he was, I don't know exactly what he did on Heretic. I don't know if he actually did anything hands-on or if he was just like, you know, a producer. But I know Raven Software was responsible for those games, but John Romero had, I think, a hand in those games for sure. I mean, he's credited directly on those games. Or the PC game, Carlos. And when's the last time you played Doom 2 on PC? There is a lot of brown in Doom 2. A lot of brown. Are we there yet? I'm at the point where I'm just like, oh, I could fall asleep. Oh, man. I'm getting hungry again too, and like I'm getting this sore like in the side of my throat. Probably that lack of sleep is catching up with me. So this is where another Archvile would be in the PC version. Did he work on Thief? No. Alright, so we got the blue key, now we can go back. There's this breathing sound on this this track. It sounds a little bit like Darth Vader. Hey, another one bites the dust. Leo, it's probably not going to be decent. Not even halfway decent. It's ad games, man. Come on. It's ad games. Like... The thing about, you know, ad game stuff is, like, I try to get people to say, don't even hope it's good. Just don't even think about it. Just don't even acknowledge it exists. If you hear something great about it when it comes out, awesome. Don't even look forward to it. I mean, you're just wasting your time, most likely. It's freaking ad games. I mean... It's like expecting a Hyperkin product to be good, or hoping it'll be good. It's cheap, made in China crap. It's made for pennies on the dollar. It's meant to be cheap and yet still highly profitable for them. Also known as it's not going to be good. Man, I've gotten really jaded, haven't I? To just be like this all the time. Like, God, these companies are stupid. Don't even think about them. To the point where, like, I conflict quite a bit with guys like Leo and Carlos. I don't mean to come off like that. Man, I think I'm getting burnt out on the hobby, to be honest with you. Maybe just certain aspects of the hobby. I miss my Archviles. There's supposed to be another one here. First world problems. It's the thing, Gary. I try to speak the truth. And the truth hurts. And it hurts me to speak it. I think I'm getting burned out on speaking the truth. Why can't I be like some scamming jackass? I don't have it in me, guys. Sorry. You guys do know I have a mouse, right? And I can ban you in 2 clicks. So you're not gonna get very far with that on this channel. So keep at it. Thanks for your comments, I guess. MK Mythology subs. Oh, yeah. Probably not, Austin. Probably not. I mean, I played it back in the day. It was very, very difficult, and very, very difficult for all the wrong reasons. And I watched some reviews of it recently that kind of just confirmed that, reconfirmed that. It really makes me not want to ever really try to play that game and get good at it. Alright, a little bit of a secret right there. No, Austin, chances are someone got my link out to the wrong place, and now our stream's being targeted. It's just... it's retarded trolling. I've seen it before. You basically don't acknowledge it, you ban them right away. And that's it. Just ignore it. Trolls are gonna troll. Doesn't matter the game. Uh-oh. Get out of there. Yeah, the ambient lighting can be a little much in this version, definitely. Dude, seriously? Come on. I kept missing. Probably should have got this to begin with. Do I like Final Doom on PS1? Not really. Yeah, it's very slow, it's very sluggish, and they picked all the boring maps to include in it. So yeah, it's not my favorite. I think I know what you're talking about. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Eh. Alright, let's get out of here. Don't really have much ammo though. Alright, see ya. Take care, man. Ooh. Alright, yeah, I can't get out there yet. I have to go down this way. Well, one thing that is cool about the Doom 2 side is the maps are pretty faithful to the PC game. Yeah, man. Well, we're going through the whole game. This is Doom and Doom 2. Not sure if you knew that. So, it's not short. It's like... apparently with the hidden maps, it's 59 total in this version. So... You know, we're on map 45. So we still have a little ways to go. Yeah. I mean, Ultimate Doom on PC takes me, I think, at least 2.5 hours to get through. Maybe 2 hours. And then Doom 2 on PC, I think, takes me at least 3 hours every time I play it. And that's, you know, those are the PC versions. You factor in like the slower frame rate on the console versions, a little bit of load times between stages, and console controller versus keyboard and mouse, you know, among other things. This takes a little bit longer. Although we are making good time compared to my other console playthroughs of this. You know, we're just over the 5-hour mark right now. Hey, Sea Snake, what's going on, man? Good to see you, dude. Oh, come on. See, stuff like this also slows me down. Things I'd get, like, on the first try in the PC version, take multiple tries in this one. Oh, it's not even coming up? It's just marking it as, like, interesting. Normally, it would... I figured it would just pop up a message saying, you know, no reason's not allowed to send links, but apparently it doesn't even do that. Actually, hold on a second. Yeah. And I don't think there's any way to, like, permit someone, yeah, like there is on Twitch. That sucks. Oh well, you can just message it to me on Twitch. You know, once I stream on Twitch sometime, you can just post it there. Yeah. Or if you just give me, like, the thread title, I'm sure I can just find it on Doom World. Assuming it's, like, you bumped it recently. Oh my god, I'm so damn tired right now. Ugh. Yeah, I'm in the WADs and mods section on Doom World, and I'm not sure what to look for. It's probably an older thread. I'm guessing you probably haven't bumped it in a while. Alright. I should probably grab some water here in a minute. That would probably help me. The what are you working on thread? Okay. Someone's making a zombies ate my neighbor's mod. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, man. Okay. No reason, new member. Okay, I found you. Those actually look pretty sweet, man. I like it. It's got more of a Sunless kind of vibe than any of the other maps I saw in that thread so far. Looks good. I like the first screenshot in particular with the blue. Hell yeah, man. Hey, see you, Carlos. Take care, man. Ugh. Yeah, they look good, dude. Very nice. We's all are okay, I think. It's nice how the BFG physics have translated pretty well to this version. Seems like it works pretty much the same way it does in the PC version, which is good. Nice, purple, hell yeah. Purple maps are always sweet. Are you liking that WAD? I know you commented that it wasn't very difficult, but I wasn't sure what else you thought of it. Awesome, cool. That's good to hear. Yeah, I mean it's a very well made WAD. I had a ton of fun with it. Actually, I don't think I can exit yet, but... Yeah, it requires a blue key, that's right. You missed about 5.5 hours of gameplay. I'd say you missed, probably about 75% of the game. Switch over to this. I think we get teleported to sort of like a small enclosed area. Never mind, I'm thinking of a different area. So there should be a blue key hidden in these. There we go. There it is. Yeah, invulnerability sphere I don't even need. And that's that. You played it when you were 5. Not a good idea. What, did it give you nightmares? Or did you become so addicted to Doom at a young age? No, I was gonna follow that up with something funny, but I can't think of anything funny, so never mind. You became so addicted to Doom at a young age, your life was ruined. It should take me outside, yep. Fortunately, I think I need at least one more key. So this is the exit. Quake Champions? Probably not, no. I don't think anybody would be interested in it. And I would just get my ass kicked. But I do have it. Yeah. I actually I was in the closed beta And so I got to play it quite a bit. And then I ended up buying it once it was available on Steam. But honestly, I don't play it that often. I go back to it once every couple months for like a night or two. And then I just kind of quit. Hey, John. No worries, man. Good to see you. You didn't miss much. Just lots and lots of demon slaying. Nothing you haven't seen already. My favorite console, Doom? I don't know, my favorite console Doom would probably be a toss-up between this one and the Atari Jaguar version from '94. It's a fun game to watch, especially duels, yeah. Yeah, we'll see, man. I don't know. It's also the kind of game that it's hard for me to get a good, like, really nice, clean capture feed on it while I'm streaming. It's a very resource-intensive game, and getting the stream looking good on it is tough. Very fast, busy, modern first-person shooters like that oftentimes look very grainy and artifacty when I stream them. Sure, what's your story? No, I can't get squished by that. Please. I'm trying not to die. I'm not going to die just for you. Thank you. I've been playing for getting close to 6 hours now, and I'm trying to beat this game and be done with it. And dying would waste my time. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna do it because I'm an idiot and I actually legitimately died. Not because I feel like killing myself for fun. Alright, we should actually have enough. Yeah, we've got enough keys to exit. You can go watch another video where you get squished. I will just keep playing normally. Go find the Doom squishy sound effect and just put it on loop over and over and go to sleep to it. Play the squishing sound on loop on 5 different sound systems so it sounds like squishing raindrops. For all I care. Yeah, the cover is definitely different. I guess I'm not the biggest fan of this cover either. I mean, it is what it is. I guess it's kind of a part of this version's identity. But man, there's nothing quite like the original Doom PC cover. We are on Ultra Violence, which is the hardest difficulty on this version. Wrong teleporter. Hey, Trevor. Well, Vic just commented on it. That was actually the first time somebody commented on it in the whole stream, surprisingly. I think people have commented on literally everything else except the cover. Oh, I remember the last time I played this was just a few weeks ago. We played the Lithium mod. And Lithium has these like Shadow Doom guys that randomly appear. And a Shadow Doom guy appeared as that imp in the middle of this box. They're like boss enemies. And so I would teleport in and get killed instantly. And the only way I could get through it was by telefragging him. He was just running around randomly, apparently. It was kind of dumb, but funny. This one. Alright, we're gonna come around this way. Trying to kill these guys. Chain gunners are really dangerous in this game. Should be an invincibility sphere right here. All right. Slowly making progress. No, you're kind of annoying, so get out of here. How's everybody else doing? Any non-13-year-olds out there that, you know, want to talk like grown adults? Anyone? Anyone? Dandy? That's a word I haven't heard in a while. Kakadiva just want a hug. Yeah, I mean, Doom's got a lot of classic sound effects. Even though I think a bunch of them came from, you know, stock, you know, sound libraries. But it's good stuff. Non-practicing adult here, having a good night so far. Awesome, Trevor. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick. Just, come on. I don't have time for kids' games. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, man. The Arachnotron death sound? Hell yeah. That's one of my favorites. Alright, we got the blue key. I always forget where the blue door is. That's right, it's down here. You know, as much as I played Doom 2 over the years, there are still some maps that aren't as clear as day in my mind. This is one of them. Yeah, Mike, being sleep deprived is not fun. I'm kind of getting tired of being sleep deprived. Yeah, the shotgun sound. Absolutely, man. Oops, wrong one. I need to go over here. High quality WAD version that covers a good portion of the sound effects because it's selling blah. What do you mean, John? Clarify, John. What does John mean? What does it all mean? Why am I here? Why are we playing Doom? How the hell did I get 100% on everything? Mind blown. Oh, hey. Everyone's favorite. Oh, crap. Is it just a chain gunner? It's a chain gunner in this version. It's not even a Mancubus. Come on. I want my money back. Yeah, melatonin makes me drowsy, and then I'm just drowsy, not able to sleep, which is easy. Which is like almost worse, man. Like we ask the tough questions here on this channel, no reason. Yeah, you might be right about that. I'm gonna have to look into it. What I used to do is I would take melatonin, wait like an hour, and then try to go to bed. I would basically wait for it to make me drowsy, and then I'd try to go to sleep. So maybe I was doing it wrong all along. Gameplay and think. Maybe it actually does, to be honest with you, because I am very critical about how people think on my channel. I think I'm just a man that's tired of seeing the same old stuff over and over again. Alright, thanks, Proximity. Have a good night. Alright, so on this part we need to fall down and fall into a teleporter. Like this one. Holy crap, that was close. Whew. You can use it like once every 2 or 3 months, then your body sort of becomes immune to it. Yeah, that makes sense too. Hey, thank you, Raymond. Have a good night as well. Yeah, I don't think I could do actual sleeping medications because of that reason. It's a reason I don't use things like Z-Quil and whatnot. They put me into comas, basically, and then I'm drowsy for the next day and a half. Yeah, this was actually the wrong teleporter, too. This is the exit, but we don't have the key yet. Alright, so I sort of messed up. I need to come to this one, too. Alright, good. Get some health. Alright, the question is a mastermind going to appear here? I don't remember. He does in the PC version. Nope. Does that help you, Wayne? Like, if you say you need to get up at a certain time, are you saying that because, like, you have trouble sleeping when you know you have something going on the next day? I mean, that's kind of how I am. If I have something going on the next day, like, my mind just races. And that's exactly what's happened multiple times this week. It's not fun. So maybe taking a shot of Z-Quil to go to sleep will help with that. So you kind of force yourself asleep, basically. Okay. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. I might actually have to try that. I have some Z-Quil. That's actually a really good idea. And you've never had problems, like, not falling asleep even after taking Z-Quil? Or does it pretty much knock you out all the time? Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. Clearing your mind. But actually doing that, again, like you said, is easier said than done. Yeah, I hate that too, Gary. You sleep like an hour or two, then you wake up and you can't fall back asleep. That's just as bad as not being able to fall asleep. It's physically impossible to clear your mind. Yeah, waking up because you have to go to the bathroom, yeah. That's a big reason I try to stop drinking a couple hours before I go to sleep. Try not to have anything. It looks like we're 6 hours in, and we're on map 51. Yeah, so we haven't dropped many frames in a while from what I can tell. So that's good. Let's go ahead and use the BFG here. So yeah, it seems like it was mostly a thing earlier on in the stream. I mean, it was glitching out for hours though, which sucked. Yeah, so in this section, it's actually kind of better to just sit back, snipe these guys from up above if you can. Cool. Well, welcome to the stream. We probably don't have that much longer to go. We're pretty far into the game. I live again. I need a key. Can I blame that death on being tired? I might actually be able to. Game obviously wants me dead. Yeah, I mean, I do play a lot of Doom here, but I also play a lot of other games too, so, yeah. Yeah, stick around long enough, you'll see a bunch of other stuff. I hope you like Castlevania, because there's a lot of that here too. Especially this upcoming month. I did it again. I did this like the last time I played this. There's a key I have to get. And I went all the way over there. But didn't grab the key. I did this just a couple weeks ago when I played Doom 2 on PC. It's because there's a dead body right on top of it. Oh yeah, Castlevania's awesome. That's what I like to hear. We'll be doing a Castlevania live stream next Thursday. It's going to be a kind of Castlevania I haven't played much of on this channel. Just a hint for anyone that's not sure what it's going to be. Monster Condo! I had a feeling it was Monster Condo. Yeah, not happening this October. Definitely not happening, I can tell you that for sure. But it will happen eventually. Probably not deadly. The original plan was to do it, but I don't know if I've got the time to practice it. Yeah, we played it on PS4 a few months ago, and I was having a hard time with it. So I don't feel comfortable doing a Let's Play on it right now without a lot more practice. And so this October, there's going to be a lot of stuff I'm already kind of familiar with that, you know, they need re-records. Plus, they're fitting for the time of year, so... And then there are going to be a couple of games that I haven't done on stream here yet, or any videos of yet, that are in some of those franchises, like Castlevania. But I've also got a couple of other games up my sleeve that some people on Twitch already know what I'm going to do, but people on YouTube might not know, might not guess. But they're games that have been requested for a while. Actually, a couple of them haven't been requested, but I figured they'd be good to do anyway. I will play Circle of the Moon eventually. And that was one I was actually planning for this October, but I don't think that's going to happen either. I need to get my GameCube GBA player software updated, and I don't want to do any Game Boy Advance stuff until I do that. Castlevania Requiem. That's the Netflix special, right? Yeah, I'll definitely be looking forward to that. Oh, it's the collection with... Okay. Well, it's funny you mention that. I think the Netflix, the updated Netflix series is actually releasing on, like, the 19th or 20th. So the blood in the Game Boy Advance version, my guess was made green for one of two reasons. One, it could have been for censorship. Two, it could have been because the Game Boy Advance screen was so damn dark, green was a lot easier to see. That way you know you're actually hitting your enemies. I'm gonna guess it was probably because of censorship reasons. You know. But it's also entirely possible it was done for a technical reason. It's something some folks don't usually consider. Sometimes they are active design choices. Yeah, we know, Wayne. Yeah, we actually talked a good bit about that Rondo port earlier this stream. Yeah, it looks cool, man. I'm definitely gonna pick it up when it comes out. Hey, Rob, welcome back. All right. Redemption denied. Denied. I think this is actually it. Hey, look who it is. Let's see if we can one-shot him. um. And there we go. Yeah, it's a good port. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to go back to. And we just beat the game.
You did it. By turning the evil
Hey, perfect timing, no reason.
of hell in upon itself, you have destroyed the power of the demons. Their dreadful invasion has been stopped cold. Now you can retire to a lifetime of frivolity. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your story is happy end. Yeah, we'll see. Your reward is sleep. Hopefully. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, the enemy I only saw twice in my entire playthrough. So disappointing. It's kind of funny, actually. We saw the Spider Mastermind the exact same amount of times. Except they were both in the same level. And I know you see more in the hidden stages, but we didn't really get to many hidden stages. I like that the icon of sin is in the background, yet you never see the icon of sin in the game. Alright guys, we're gonna run through all of Final Doom again, right now! I'm just kidding. You know, that version of Final Doom actually took us, I think, almost about the same amount of time as this, yet it's only one game. That's how long and drawn out those maps are. Let's see. Looks like we might have had a game crash too. Yeah, it took us. This took us just an hour longer than Final Doom on PS1. Yeah, maybe, Wayne. We'll see. Who knows? Well, thanks, Doom. Thanks for freezing on us. Um, I guess I'll just reset that. Well, that was fun, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for anyone that stopped in. Thanks to anyone that stopped in tonight and hung out. And thanks to everyone out there that's still keeping me company. Yeah. So the nightmare specters. Yeah, they are called nightmare specters. Okay. Yeah, and something I should know is this version I believe was actually developed by Williams. There was probably some oversight by id Software, but yeah, there are credits in here for software, programming, tools, sound system, music and sound effects, yada yada yada. This manual is actually quite detailed. They've got they show off every enemy, give them a description, show off every item. Never bothered to look into this manual, to be honest with you. It's probably a lot of the same text that was in the PC manual. All right. Yeah, that'll never happen, man. For one, I don't like the Doom movie that much. Two, um, I would get a copyright strike on that most likely. Hey, Mike. Yeah, no, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I think I did only die twice, and both were kind of dumb deaths. So, yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good run overall. Yeah, we made decent time, all things considered. I think my original long plays of this were, I think they ended up being in the 7.5 hour range total. And that was with no stopping and talking and talking to chat and grabbing food and whatnot. So Yeah, we made pretty good time overall. So I'll be interested to see how many copyright claims I get on this since we let the music play out. So, yeah. Yeah, I figured you guys would want to hear the audio, so I went ahead and just left it unmuted. But yeah, I mean, PlayStation Doom, it's a solid version of Doom. If you have to play Doom on an old console from the 90s, it's probably the best version to play. Although, like I said, I'm still very partial to the Jaguar version. I even like the 32X version a lot. Because it plays well. It runs well and it plays well. And there's some things about other versions that this version doesn't have. Like, it's got the PC sound effects in other versions. But yeah, this one's cool. It's got the lighting, new soundtrack, and whatnot. The Doom 2 maps are actually surprisingly faithful compared to the Doom 1 maps. So that's pretty interesting. Alrighty, guys. Well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and head out. So, as usual, we'll give the old Patreon shout out. So, thank you guys for your continued support. Updated list as of, well, technically today. More technically yesterday. So, it looks like we actually went past midnight. So, now it's 9:28. Yeah, thank you guys. Much appreciated. Likewise with the recent live stream super chatters. Big shout out to Shining Philistine who did a pledge earlier today. So thank you, Shining Philistine. And thanks everyone else for hanging out, watching, chatting, and hopefully enjoying the stream. So good chances are I'll be back Saturday with another probably PC Doom Wad stream to hopefully kick off the horror themed videos for October, and then I'll be back with a let's play. It's not going to be a horror themed let's play. Yeah, my first horror themed let's play is going to be second week of October, because September 30th is Sunday, so it's technically not October yet, but my Saturday stream archive I will post in October when it's done. So done processing. But yeah, this stream, the archive for this stream should be up hopefully sometime later today. 6.5 hour long stream, so it'll probably take a good 8 to 10 hours to process fully. But yeah, it's PlayStation Doom. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I've been wanting to re-record this one for a long time. We finally got around to it, so that's nice. And I need to go back and redo the Game Boy Advance version. I need to do Doom 2 on Game Boy Advance. I need to redo the 32X version. And I think that's about it. I can't think of any other console Dooms that I really need to redo. Doing that, after doing all those, it'd probably give me an excuse to do the Xbox 360 version. Which, I mean, is basically just the PC game, but with altered, the pitch of the music is different, and a couple of the sprites are just slightly altered. That's about it. Yeah, if I do that version, it'll be last once I've gotten all the other versions knocked out and off my plate. So, but yeah, take care, guys. I guess I'll, see you on the next one, hopefully, and I guess until then, take it easy.